Good morning. It is May the 12th, 9:38. This is a Budget and Public Employees Committee. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Sanye. Vice Chair Browning. Alderwoman Velasquez. Alderman Devotie.
Present.
Chair Aldrich.
Present.
Alderwoman Sanye. Vice Chair Browning. Alderwoman Velasquez. 2 present.
All right, with that, we will move on to item number 4, Board Bills for Review. Board Bill number 1, which is being held, is the FY fiscal year budget for 2027. We will move on to the next item, which is committee discussion. Today, we will hear from SEMA, BPS, Circuit Attorney, take a break, and then we'll come back and end the day with CSB and NIS. So to get right in, we're going to have SEMA come up and present their budget. Whenever you're ready, Commissioner, please introduce yourself and anybody you may have here with you, and you can go through your budget. Make sure your microphone is on. There's a little button, a clicker. It should be green.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
And then just talking to it as much as possible.
Got it. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Alderman. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today on behalf of the City Emergency Management Agency. Since I've not had the opportunity to meet either of you one-on-one with any depth, by way of introduction, I am Greg Favor. I am the new Commissioner for SEMA. I have been at SEMA for about 4 months. I think I did the math yesterday, and it's about 19 weeks. I am a 4th-generation public servant. I have 25 years experience in public safety and emergency management, including multiple senior roles at the federal, state, and local level. I've responded to thousands of emergencies, and I've managed more than a handful of federally declared disasters. I'm a military officer, and I'm a lifetime city resident who came back to city employment because everybody that I love the most lives here. And when we have a strategically focused, operationally ready SEMA, we have an integral part of our public safety architecture, and we better protect the people all of us in this room probably care most about. I'm joined today by 2 members of my staff, our Director of Administration, Kristen Capps-Jones, and our Public Information Officer, Kim Vandenberg. Also, we have a great partner back there in the National Weather Service who is now embedded in SEMA multiple days throughout the work week. They've come to show their support. And then there are members of the Director's Office from DPS as well. I just want to take a quick 15 seconds and commend publicly in front of this board and on the record the work that both Ms. Capps-Jones and Ms. Vandenberg did over the last 6 to 8 months. In the aftermath of the tornado, SEMA lost a significant amount of employees. The acting commissioner was split between 3 roles, 2 at the fire department, 1 at SEMA, and these 2 have essentially kept the ship afloat, largely by themselves on day-to-day focus for multiple months, and they deserve credit for their service to the city and the work to the agency. Before we get into our line item budget, especially with the interest in SEMA, I just want to give a few comments about where we are and where we are turned. I know there's a lot of public attention and public interest in this topic. I will tell you that when I took the helm 4 months ago, what was documented in the Carmody McDonald report, this included a call out as cascading failures in the city's emergency response, driven largely by structural isolation of SEMA. The investigation found that SEMA was, quote, understaffed, underfunded, and under-resourced, and recommended that the agency be staffed as soon as possible. Having led emergency management organizations in the past, I feel like I am a fairly good litmus test judge of where an agency sits, and I will tell you that over the last 4 months, I have found that the majority of the Carmody findings are both accurate and, in many cases, understated the problem. When I conducted a baseline evaluation against the 73 standards of the Emergency Management Accreditation Program, so this is the gold star benchmark for cities across the country to be accredited in emergency management. Of these 73 standards that the accreditation process asked for, I can definitively say that we met 5. Now, there's probably a little bit of wiggle room in some of these spaces, but it's not more than a handful. So 5 out of 73 standards that we can definitively point to today or over the last quarter and say we meet these. The agency is or was missing basic plans, policies, procedures, and these include essential plans like the Emergency Operation Plan, continuity of government, continuity of operations. We had no documented Emergency Operations Center policies, no functional resource management system, no training or exercise or after-action processes. These are all standard for any emergency management agency of largely any size. And perhaps most glaringly, and this is my job to fix, is we don't have an organizational strategy to tell us where we should be making investments, what our priority actions should be, how we staff, how we fund, or what partnerships we build. I want to be clear that the situation SEMA is in is not something that has happened overnight, and we're not going to fix it overnight. But I do want all of you to know that we are fixing it. In our first few months, this team, and I want to emphasize how much of what I'm about to describe has occurred with a 3-person staff and good partners packed around us. We've stood up the city's first formal unified command under Mayor's Executive Order 93. Over the last 4 months, we've led more than 60 coordination meetings. These included Code Blue winter operations, winter storms, major special events, and during this spring's severe weather that we've had so far. We will likely have those again. Don't want anybody thinking we're out of the woods just yet. We have formalized partnerships with experts at the National Weather Service. We now receive twice weekly intelligence briefings tailored specifically to city department activations and triggers. So one of the things that we did in this partnership, we handed the National Weather Service information from the fire department, from the health department, from the Department of Human Services, and said, hey, when we hit these thresholds, or it looks like we're going to hit these thresholds, it would be great to have advanced knowledge so that we can put pieces in place to be ready to respond as a whole of government. A citywide collaboration does not happen just because we hope it does. It happens because we are building good intelligence and we are setting processes up before the event happens. We've conducted the city's first multi-department tornado tabletop exercise. We did this with leaders from across the cabinet, the private sector, some of our nonprofits and NGO partners like the Salvation Army and Red Cross. We've built out an after-action model to capture lessons learned from events not only in our own department, but our model is now being used in other city departments as well. And we are bringing partners together routinely and consistently under the Unified Command System, which has led to better relationship building and better operation. So this is all to say that the foundation is being laid and that there is much more to do. Finally, before I get into the slides, I watched Director Dace's testimony. I heard some of the questions that were given to him about SEMA. So I thought it might be helpful, if you'll indulge me for just a few minutes, to take a moment to clarify what emergency management is and is not. Our work is not nearly as visible as the fire department. Our actions don't make the 5 o'clock news. They are people climbing ladders. They aren't lights and sirens generally most of the time. And what that leads to is our mission sometimes being misunderstood by either elected officials, partners within the city, or the public at large. SEMA's primary function is to serve as a command and control element for citywide, or if large enough, regional or federal responses to major events. No one agency can handle an event like the tornado. If every single firefighter that was working on May 16th last year was there, all 780 whatever, we would still need to call in additional resources. So no agency will ever be big enough to stand on its own and manage major events. It is SEMA's job, it is emergency management's job to ensure that the plans, the resources, the partnerships, and the management frameworks that are most likely to be needed are best aligned before an emergency occurs, allowing for coordination and collaboration from the moment the bad thing happens until we have fully made it through the recovery process. Additionally, and I've heard this several times, both in City Hall, with the public, emergency management is not something that a city just turns on when something bad happens. You don't stand emergency management up and expect it to work only when there's a pandemic, or only when there's a flood, or only when there's a tornado. What we do, what emergency management does all over the country, is an applied science, which takes continual assessments across the nuances of any given day. What is the weather going to be like Thursday, and how do we prepare for that? And the trend lines of years. What has the threat picture about flooding looked like since 2015, and how are we building mitigation practices to address that? Our work depends on a host of interdisciplinary information. We use data modeling, health sciences, homeland security threat assessments, hydraulical data analysis, structural engineering, risk communication, and public trust, just to name a few. All of these are intermixed in our work, and all of these have to be curated day over day over day, so that when you have a May 16th, you are not starting from scratch. To be proficient at this work and ready when major emergencies happen, this agency requires a team of public safety professionals, and that's what emergency management professionals are. They're public safety professionals who, in the same way that a fire battalion chief or a dispatch supervisor for the police department has a specific set of knowledge, we need public safety professionals working every single day on prevention and mitigation, preparedness planning, building operational capacity, and recovery readiness. And so while we bring SEMA in line with national best practices, I need you to know that this will be a multi-year process. But the steps we've taken by this team in my first 4 months, and supported by the mayor's office and the director of public safety, including the reclassification of positions with personnel, new partnerships, hirings that are in process, and this budget request, represent significant progress in a long overdue investment in our city's readiness posture. And with that, if we can turn to the slide deck. Thank you. So as somebody who has briefed quite a bit in the military, the last thing I'm going to do to you guys is read slides to you. You have the deck here. I will give some color commentary as we move through them a bit. I would say that our mission is very straightforward. Our vision is very straightforward, but it is deeply complex. It is deeply nuanced. And what it requires from me, and what you can expect from me in the agency, is that now that we have a finalized budget moving into the next fiscal year, and with an assessment of the agency over the last quarter, we are developing a strategy that is focused on achieving what this mission looks like. And again, I will go back to the point that this will not be solved by the time I appear here next year, but we will be significantly better. Have benchmarks, key performance indicators. We will have a strategy that we can point to and say we made progress here, here, and here. Slide, please. Thank you. So our work rests across these 4 pillars: preparedness, coordination, professionalism, and resilience. These are not aspirational. This is a requirement for any city who wants to have emergency management function in the way that it should, and certainly for a city this size and with the complexity of the threat palette that we face here. Emergency management is a difficult job regardless of where you do it in this country. It is increasingly difficult with the amount, type, and texture of the threats that we have here, both man-made and natural. I will tell you that in these 3 pillars, I have 3 focuses. 1, we build a highly capable team. We staff the agency as best we can for the positions that we have. 2, we deploy the strategic plan that allows us to see where we're headed and measure success along the way. And 3, we develop the foundational plans that show us where we are and where further work is required. This goes back to what I talked about, those emergency operations plans, the continuity plans. I would like you to envision those as like cornerstones in the church, right? This is the gray stone that everything else is built across. Without those plans in place, We don't know how to appropriately task staff. We don't know what grants to go after. We don't know what partnerships to bring in. So our job over the next several months, these are long, complex plans. A good emergency operations plan for a city this size can be 700, 800 pages once you factor in all of the annexes. Our work over the next year is going to be centered on developing these foundational plans so that we know how better to move forward in the coming fiscal years. I will note that we are staffing our critical vacancies, including operationalizing the new EOC that is currently being built at Jefferson and Cass. You may have heard about, this is the PSAP. It's often referred to in reporting. Above the PSAP is a new SEMA headquarters, including a new emergency operations center. So hopefully this time next year or not soon thereafter, we'll be moving into that space and maximizing that both relative to our own city operations and the partners that. I want to take a second to talk just a bit about our open positions. SEMA currently has 4 positions open. I can report today, and I actually shared this with the team as we were moving into the space today. The Department of Personnel has extended offers to 3 very experienced emergency managers who we expect will join the team by likely mid-June. The 4th position open is currently in the hiring process with the Department of Personnel, and we expect that a job offer will be extended in the next 2 weeks. I also want to thank the Department of Personnel because for the first time in the history of SEMA's existence, they allowed us to craft positions specific to the task that. Historically, SEMA has hired emergency management specialists under a general umbrella. The hiring would be made on who was the best cultural fit or who had the most experience, and then once the person got in, SEMA would try to find work that aligned with their skill set. For the first time, we posted and are hiring specifically for a chief planner position and a logistics manager. I want you to think of emergency management specialists almost like how doctors or attorneys generally specialize in a specific focus area. Your ear, nose, and throat doctor probably doesn't do foot surgery. Emergency management has a similar function. And so these folks that we have coming in June are bringing specific skill sets for the gaps that were identified in the Carmody-McDonald report. And we're plugging them into the work that the city needs done as opposed to trying to find somebody good and hoping that the work aligns appropriately. Can I see the next slide, please? In the accomplishments section, I will not read all of these to you. Many of these have been highlighted, but I would note that item 10 on the next slide, managing multiple EOC activations across tornado warnings, severe winter storms, flash flooding, and a very cold Midwest winter, demonstrate the systems that we are building are not theoretical. We are putting new, sorry?
I didn't hear. Could you repeat?
Sure.
They are not.
These are not theoretical systems. We are building a platform that we are operationalizing today. If suddenly the clouds got very dark in this meeting and our partner in the National Weather Service said, we have an issue, we know how to stand up our emergency operations platform. We know how to stand up our unified command across city departments. I want to be clear that I'm a big fan of just understanding the absolute totality of the battle space. I want to know what the operational ground truth is. So everything that I say here today, please know that we will make iterative improvements on all of this, right? This is not an ego thing. I've spent my life trying to protect people, and if the guidance changes, if the feedback from city department heads changes, if our partners at SEMA, state SEMA, recommend a different way to do, we will modify and make changes on the fly to have the best systems possible. But the systems that we are putting in place today are working, and we're going to continue to make improvements as the staff grows and as our resource capability increases. Can we go to the next slide, please, for the budget overview? Thank you. So SEMA was allocated just over $800,000 in the general fund for the upcoming fiscal year. And while this is less than the initial 1.5 million that we requested, we are appreciative to note some growth in the budget from last fiscal year. I will specifically note in Fund 1507 that this salary covers 2 city employees whose sole function is overseeing ARPA dollar reporting. These employees were transferred to the legal department in November of 2025 prior to my arrival, but their salaries remain under SEMA's budget line item. We understand this to be an administrative artifact that we expect will soon be corrected and please don't look at this as a SEMA operational expense. Thank you. On the general fund, we requested funding for 8 full-time staff, a number that we expect to hit by likely early July of this year, if not by the end of June. A portion of up to 5 of our salaries are supplemented by the Emergency Management Performance Grant. This is used by emergency management agencies all across the country. But I do want to flag for this body, in the same way that I have flagged for the Director of Public Safety, that while this grant exists today, it is expected to phase out entirely by the end of fiscal year 28. So future fiscal years, the city will need to absorb these costs in order to maintain the momentum that SEMA is. That is not a this year problem, but I want to do my due diligence and surface it as early as we can so that we can develop a plan to address that phase out. Our software line item was reduced by 8,000 and education and training from 20,000 to 8,000. One of the things that I talked with the Director of Public Safety when I was talking about coming over for this job, and one of the things that I've talked with both our current staff and our incoming staff is we have to invest in our people. This is non-negotiable. We cannot. Emergency management and public safety moves too quickly. There are lessons learned that if we are not making sure that they are getting to a conference once a year or that they have a professional subscription to emergency management journals, if they are not staying on top of our game, then our plans, our policies, our partnerships are not going to follow suit. So we are appreciative of the 8,000 that we have in education and training to make sure that our staff and staff across the city are up to par when it comes to major emergencies. Finally, we retained $50,000 in professional services, which will be applied to both planning and logistics needs that are required, but that do not yet have dedicated staff time to support. So I mentioned we're bringing in a logistics manager, bringing in a chief planner. They are going to come back at some point in their first 6 months and say, hey, we need X, Y, and Z. This professional service fund is to facilitate either systems or ongoing staff support to address the issues that they surface. Thank you. Fund 1120 covers our Everbridge subscription from Notify STL. This is the city's public alerting and notification system. I'm sure all of you in this room have subscribed and have been woken up by our text messages at some point in the middle of the night. This is how we push out urgent alerts to residents during severe weather, how we notify them of water boil advisories and other emergencies. This line is fully funded at $100,000, and there are ongoing discussions about expanding that system alert capabilities to address evolving threats that we may see here in the city. I do want to pause just 1 second here because I have an update to this that was not included when we submitted this deck to the committee. Over the last 2 weeks, we've made significant improvements in the technological deployment of this essential system. We have moved to a largely autonomous alerting system that allows residents essential notification, warning information, without an employee needing to log in to a system, type out a message, and hit send. So if the National Weather Service, a year ago, if the National Weather Service said you were under a tornado warning, somebody at SEMA would have to receive that at 2, 3 in the morning, shuffle around, find a pair of socks, go out to their laptop, open the laptop, log into the system, type up the message, and hit send. All of that is now automated because when seconds count and those warnings from the National Weather Service are pushed out, they're now going out within about 120 seconds. and they're going out to more than 300,000 points of contact across the city. They go via text message, they go via landline, they can call your cell phone, but we have a very large engagement across our city population on that platform, and now we are able to bring them information faster. The second thing, and this is, I think this is really cool. I'm pretty proud of this. Not last week, the week before, the public safety messaging system allows for the ability now to receive the alert in more than 100 languages. So before, you would just get the alert in English. We know that approximately 10 to 12% of our city population speaks a language other than English in the home. And so this upgrade is bringing greater equity and access to our diverse community within the city. Slide, please. I would note that before I take your questions, our fiscal year 27 request comes down to the fact that we need operationally qualified staff, which we are in the process of onboarding. We need them to come in and baseline our operational capacity, because there are more people who sit on this committee than SEMA staff at this moment in time. We're going to correct that by this time next year. But the pace that we have maintained the last quarter, the pace that these two have maintained since the tornado last year, is deeply impressive, but not sustainable. Our new hires will be a major improvement in both capacity and redundancy. We need to operationalize the new Emergency Operations Center as soon as it is complete, expected about this time next year. And we need to advance an agency-wide strategy that builds towards national accreditation standards. This will position us not only for greater institutional capacity and credibility, but will also position us to be more competitive for federal grant funding as it becomes available. This is truly an investment in the city. This is a SEMA budget request, but this is an insurance program for everything else that you're investing in the budget system. Mr. Chairman, I would mention to you and the committee that this is a marathon and a sprint, but I do want you to know that we are building a team of serious professionals who are here to do the disciplined, detailed work of what emergency management in a big city looks like. And we are building a capacity that the residents of this city deserve. The investments in this budget are not aspirational. They are the minimum required to ensure that every single day our city stands ready to lessen the impact, respond effectively, and recover efficiently from the next major event. I appreciate the time for comments today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Starting with Alderwoman Sanye.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning, ma'am.
Thank you for the presentation. I really enjoyed it. It was very insightful. I think we've all been very reminded of the importance of SEMA.
Yes, ma'am.
I just only have a few questions for you. I just see in your budget that you requested 8 emergency management specialists, and I know you mentioned that in your presentation, but it looked like the proposed budget only has 2.5. So I just wanted to see if you could give some context to that.
I appreciate that. As this is my first budget cycle with the city, I also had some questions when I saw that in there as well. And I just, because I don't want to speak out of turn, that is representative of the EMPG funding. Is that correct? That's where the 0.5 comes. Yes. So because those salaries are picked up half by the federal EMPG grant, all of those positions are represented as 0.5 in the overall budget line item.
Okay, because you have another source that's paying for it, so you only need half of the cost of the position in the budget, and the other half you don't need in because it's coming from outside funds.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so just obviously I can kind of imagine what this position would do in an emergency response, but absent the emergency response, could you just talk about what the day-to-day work of that position would look like?
Of SEMA as a whole?
Of an emergency management specialist
Yes.
specifically.
Absolutely. So we have an emergency management specialist. They're going to be our chief planner, who's actually coming on board in the next 3 or 4 weeks. They are trained in not only what to do on a May 16th type of day, how to stand up the incident command system, how to work with state and federal partners, how to request resources that aren't in the city's purview. Not only do they come with all of that, they build and develop plans around how the city responds and then work to make sure that other city agencies and our partners understand what that battle plan looks like. So let's use May 16th as an example. A good emergency operations plan, which this planner will write for us when they start in June, will write a section specifically for the Department of Streets. They will say, it is your job to do the following 3 items in our overall mission. They will then go work with streets to pressure test what that looks like and then make iterative improvements in that emergency operations plan to make sure that other city departments who don't normally get involved in disaster response, I'm talking like forestry and the parks department, they all have a role to play if we have a major earthquake. They all have a role to play if we have another tornado. This person works day to day to develop how they're going to move around the city, how they flow in the ecosystem of the plan, and then goes and works with them directly to make sure that they have people who are qualified to represent their agency in the EOC, or they understand the way that they have to report information so that we can recover that money when we put in for federal relief. So across all of these positions, the logistician position, training and exercise, planning, all of the different core functions of emergency management all have day-to-day responsibilities on building and testing systems that they're responsible for. In the same way that firefighters every day pull the truck out front and test the saws and test the ladders and open up gauges. They may not go to a fire that day, but they're making sure that they are holding a position of resilience and readiness.
So 2.5, is that, you requested 8, is 2.5, does that sound, it would be on those, well, I guess 3, it would be on those 3 folks to do all of the work you just described? Is that concerning to you?
I don't think that you guys are going to hear from a city department who says that they have enough resources, right? I would
I
absolutely.
haven't heard it yet.
Yes, if you do, please let me know. I might transfer over to there. I will tell you that there is absolutely room for SEMA to grow. I've had extensive conversations with the Director of Public Safety about what a SEMA for a city of St. Louis looks like, right-sized. I'm also mindful as a city resident, as somebody who's been in government a long time, that there are opportunities and challenges in this current budget cycle. We will make investments with whatever the city gives us at this point. It's almost like triaging people at a car accident, right? We will put bodies in the positions that we need them to be in as quickly as possible and for the biggest impact.
Well, triage is a good example, right? Because if you're going to the hospital, you come in, you usually have somebody that's going to check in at the front station. You need a row for that. If somebody, usually you might need an EKG, or if they have a fast heart rate or any stroke symptoms, you need somebody else on call that can do that. So you need a row for that. You need a secretary that's managing the folks in the room and moving them in and out. I'm quite familiar. So
Yes, ma'am.
I think, like, my question to you is, I know you'll make what we have work, but do you feel you have what you need? In the event of an emergency response, is 3 individuals suitable enough to come together? And I think May 16th is a great example. If we have another serious disaster, natural disaster, does 3 folks in that position give you what you need in order to have an adequate response that our residents would deserve and need at that time?
It would for sure give us a better response than what we had last year. I'll also point that with this budget, we have 1 more FTE coming on that will likely be a 4th emergency management specialist. The other piece to this too, and this was called out in the Carmody report, we have to be, and we are now being, better partners. So there are some ways that over the next fiscal year, we can work with great partners in the metro area to augment capabilities that we don't have. Again, having been a city employee for a fair amount of time before this, I recognize the need in having to be creative to solve problems, and we will continue to work with, whether that's our federal partners, whether that's our state partners, whether it's our local EM community. There's been talks about finding ways to engage with other emergency management specialists in other city departments. So I'll give one example of this. Michael Gilbert is emergency management specialist at the health department. They have a lot of needs in emergency management. So they have a lot of needs in the health department relative to planning for emergencies. Mike has been over at our offices probably 8 or 9 times in the last 18 weeks. He and I were just at a conference last week. And so we are figuring out how to use city resources that are already out there to augment the gaps that we know we have. We will fill in the most important gaps. To use your example of going to the hospital, like we're going to make sure that we have a great doctor and a great nurse when you walk into that room. And if the nurse has to be the one responsible for doing the labs, then we'll have to bring on somebody for the labs next year. But we're gonna make sure that the main jobs are covered down on, that the primary focus of emergency management is attained every day. And then we're gonna keep coming back to ENA, we're gonna keep coming back to this board, and we're gonna come back with our success stories and our strategy and show you what we're building towards so that we can show you where future investments will be best used.
Thank you. My last question for you, and this is not something that can be reflected in the budget, but actually hinted at in your presentation. I'm very curious how SEMA has been in fact impacted with the state and federal funding. So if you have an idea of how much of your budget is typically comprised of state and federal funds, if you have an idea of how much of those funds are in jeopardy or in question or have already been cut, I think that would be great context for the committee to have.
Sure. So let me break that up into a couple different parts. The first, I will tell you that so one of my prior jobs, I was the Deputy Director of Public Safety for the state of Missouri. So we sat over about 15,000 employees, including the State Emergency Management Agency. We have an exceptional partnership over the last several months. I talk to the State Director of Emergency Management probably twice a month, 3 times a month. I talk to his deputy in Jefferson City quite often, and our Region C, the person responsible for St. Louis, our Region C partner, if we don't talk daily, it's at least every other day, every week. I mean, when the storms are rolling through, when the winter precipitation came through, the state is on our planning calls so that if there's a place where they can augment resources, they will join our planning calls with the cabinet leaders. So I would say that our partnership with the state is very strong relative to positioning them to help us augment our capacity and resources. There is a certain percentage of state funding that I don't have the exact figures on, but I'm happy to take it for action and report back to you because I don't want to give the wrong information relative to dollar amount. That's at the state level. And I should say that dollar amount is relatively small because most of the money that you see is coming from the federal to the state, and the state is the pass-through to local partners.
So when you say it's relatively small, does that mean it's under the thousands, under the?
I'd be hesitant to give you an exact number on what specifically comes from the state itself and what is pass-through dollars from federal grants. But I will. I see Kristen already taking a note. We will get the answer and we will respond back by close of business today. On the federal side. I don't think I'm saying anything that hasn't been documented by other emergency managers around the country. The positioning of FEMA relative to the national strategy is going to be detrimental to local and state emergency management agencies if we continue down this path. There is a noted, in all of the strategy documents coming out from Washington, D.C. right now, there is a significant push to move emergency management down to the local and state level and away from FEMA. If that is an ongoing national priority, that isn't something that we can necessarily deflect or push away from here, but what we need at the local level and at the state level is time to move into a new operating architecture, because we have for decades been partnered with FEMA at a really high degree. And if they suddenly are participating at 20% of what they used to participate in, that shift happening over the course of 1 or 2 years will be absolutely detrimental to our operations here and to operations in emergency management everywhere that isn't at the federal level. I should note too that FEMA is often misunderstood in terms of what their roles and responsibilities are, but the value that they provide financially, operationally, relative to management frameworks, especially in major emergencies, is unprecedented. Their ability to bring teams in, and I don't mean just helmets and tools. I mean management teams and finance and admin teams, grant teams. They do really important work, and it is difficult for me as somebody who's done 25 years in public safety to see qualified, capable, competent public servants driven out of SEMA, because I know that our state and our local community are ultimately suffer from their departure.
Well, thank you again for being here today and your context. And I agree with you. I think all of us know what's going on, and I think it's just important for us to know. I know different departments receive their funding in different ways, and obviously we are learning a lot right now as a city about how reliant we are on federal and state level government when it comes to emergency response. So thank you for your service.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your questions.
Alderman Devoti.
Commissioner Favor, it was very nice to hear from you today. As listening to your last response, I'm thinking that we need to package it up and send it to our junior senator who represents the state of Missouri. Perhaps he might learn something that would benefit him in the way he does his job. In any event, I thought that your opening discussion about the role of SEMA as the command and control of emergency response, that dictation of a mission statement was instructive from the bat with respect to your leadership. What a way to start this presentation and then lead into the nuts and bolts of your vision for this particular division. It was refreshing. It was frankly amazing with respect to what we have heard in the past. And so that's my beginning off the bat. And then the gut punch right after that
Please.
was your discussion about accreditation, the fact that there are 73 standards that a department, an agency like SEMA aims to meet. The gold standard, I think, is what you described it as, and that as we stand today, our particular agency meets 5 of those. And that's one of those things sitting in this chair, and I think anybody who might, it takes your breath away with respect to where this agency stands today. Now, having said that, I also then, moving on, was impressed with the systematic work that you and your staff have done over the last 18 weeks or I think 6 months for some of you, to try to put us in the right shape. You mentioned again the ideas of an organizational strategy, and you spoke to us about that strategy. And I think also in the discussion, what I found extremely instructive to educate me about the role of your agency is not that you are the doers, but you are the agency that empowers other folks to do what needs to be done when we have an emergency response. Frankly, I don't think I understood that before today. Certainly when I heard this presentation last year, that wasn't what was conveyed to me. And I think that, again, extremely enlightening on what this agency can be going forward. And I would like to thank you for the vision, the work that you've done to date, and I can't wait to see where we are a year from now. With respect to the budget, something if you could clarify for me, and this is maybe, I thought I understood, and then listening to the Alderwoman's questions, maybe I didn't. But when we talk about emergency management specialist, and in our budget, proposed positions of 2.5, I thought I understand your original response to essentially we wanted 5 specialists, 5 managers. But with respect to the budget, the city is funding 2.5 of them. In other words, we have more than 2.5 positions. We actually have, or we want to have 5 for this fiscal year. It's just from a budgetary financial perspective, the city is funding 2.5. Did I understand? If not, correct me.
Sure. So they are funding 2.5, they are funding 50% of those 5 salaries.
Yes.
So each one of those is represented as 0.5 in the dollar amount that the city is actually paying, and the offset of that, the other 2.5, is coming from other granting sources that's not included in the city monies.
Okay, so I did understand. With respect to the positions, you have talked in terms of emergency management specialist, and then you talked about a chief planner. The idea being is that you are identifying positions that your agency must have and looking for specific people to fill those positions.
Yes, sir.
Which you said was a 180-degree turn from the past, where you look where someone who had some talent was hired, and then it was, well, what hole can we put this peg in? For my edification, can you describe for me, and if you did, I apologize,
Sure.
but what is the difference between a manager, a emergency management specialist, and a chief planner in your agency?
So I'm going to go back to my doctor analogy, right? If you go into Barnes today and you line up 8 doctors or 5 doctors, the chances of all of them being specialists in that area, in the same area, is probably highly unlikely. They all have a base understanding of medicine. They can all probably do CPR. They can all fill in some gaps if they rolled up on an accident on 44, right? Like, I don't necessarily want the foot surgeon to be the first one who rolls up on my car accident, but if I'm dying, I will absolutely take the help the foot to give. The same is largely true in high-functioning emergency management agencies, where people come in with a broad understanding of what emergency management is as a system, and then usually bring a hyper-special focus. So our chief planner has been a planner for 10 years at an agency that covers about the size of the city of St. Louis. They have specific knowledge in this area of operation, which we have identified a gap. If something completely out of the blue happened and we needed to take this person off of their planning role, God bless you, and we needed to take somebody off of their planning role for 24 hours to respond to severe flooding, we could still plug them into other emergency management functions, but we are hiring for what we need on day-to-day, closing the gaps that have been identified in the Carmody report within the agency.
Understood. And then I want to ask you about 2 terms of art that you mentioned,
Please.
at least terms that are unfamiliar to me. The first is you talked about one of the goals for 26-27 was to bring in operationally qualified staff. What does that mean?
So this is recognizing that the Carmody report specifically said that our citywide emergency operations was last updated in 2003. These are plans that are required to be updated every 2 years. Ours was last updated in 2003. It has no reference to GPS. It does not include smartphones or ubiquitous use of the internet in its plans. So we are wildly outdated in that space. Having an operationally capable staff is bringing in a chief planner who has done this and plugging that gap and saying, this is an identified hole that we know as a city we are deficient in, and we are going to hire for that specifically. So again, not to beat up the analogy use here, but if we continuously had a problem with not having enough paramedics and we chose to hire more firefighters, yeah, they're kind of in the same space and they kind of look like they do the same job and they kind of wear similar uniforms, but that we are not hiring for the need that we have. So getting an operationally qualified, capable staff in place is hiring the right people to fill the gaps that we know we've identified and we know we need.
It's an interesting analogy. You also used the term baseline activity. The idea, as I remember it, that we want to have our staff focused on a baseline activity. Finally, sir, will you please tell us what that means?
Sure. We did not arrive, SEMA did not arrive where it currently is through any one event, any one commissioner, any one elected official. The disinvestment has gone on for decades. I mean, I've seen the comptroller's audits for our agency that says you don't have enough people and you're deficient in these policies. I've seen past testimonies from people who have held this job who have said, I need more people. I want to be really clear that there is no one person or event or factor to blame where we are now. My goal, as it has always been in public safety from when I was a brand new firefighter working at Natural Bridge and Union to running the state's largest cabinet department, is to figure out what baseline looks like and work up from there. I cannot come in and sell you in good conscience an idea that in a year that this is going to be fixed, because my experience tells me that that's not going to be the case. So I'm going to transition to our logistics manager, was recently offered the position. When we were interviewing for this emergency manager logistics position, I was very clear with this person that we do not have a system. I need you to understand that when you come in here, we are hiring you for your expertise, and you need to provide me recommendations on how we build this. And then, once it's approved, I'm going to need you to show up and roll your sleeves up and start putting barcodes on stuff and figuring out what we have and what we need. This is not a like come hang out, drink coffee, and like hang out and peck on the keyboard. Mm-hmm. We need workers. Like, we need to solve this problem. I want to be respectful of their privacy and make sure that they tell their family before I tell them that, before I announce who this. But this person is bringing 20 years of military, FEMA, and private sector logistics experience where they specifically worked on disaster logistics. I need to be clear with my staff. I need to be clear with you. I need to be clear with the director's office on what the baseline is so that everybody has a common operating picture of where we need to get to. If I come in and sell you that things are better than they are and then we fall short, that's a disservice to you guys as elected officials. It's a disservice to our community. So baselining the operational capacity across these key areas. We've done some of that work the last 90 days, sort of like a triage, like, okay, like what could kill us today? And as we bring the staff on over the next 6 or 7 weeks, I've told all of them, you get 30 days. You get 30 days to figure out how to log into your city email. You get 30 days to figure out where you want to get lunch in downtown. You get 30 days to like, okay, like here's where I want my pens. And then it's time to get to work. And my expectation is we will build out employee plans for each one of these gaps. And over the next year, we will measure their progress, our progress on accomplishments or lack thereof.
Understood. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for being here. First, thank you for your service also.
Thanks, Chairman.
And what you have done before in this role as a commissioner, but even outside of firefighter, your service to these United States. I really, like the Alderman from the 5th, I want to applaud you. I think the way you opened up was very methodical and very, as you know, as we approach the 1-year tornado, there's been a lot of eyes and questions and concerns around the SEMA department, especially a year ago. And I know you only been here 4 months, but it really seems like you are, as we keep talking doctor terms, you're getting really surgical. And maybe that's your military background of, how to work with this department to move it forward. And I do want to commend the staff. This is a group that is small but mighty. Since you guys have been coming in for the very few years, have continued to work with not many funds, but continue to do the work. Always good to see the staff here and just appreciate all the work that you all do, because I know this department, prior to the tornado, is one of those items in the budget book where it's like, here's the budget, and then not a lot of questions, and then move on. So thank you for all the work that you all do. Just a few questions on the budget, and I do want to dive a little bit into, I think, the McDonald report that came out in August, almost a year from now. So in FY26 budget, it looks like the department proposed 8 employees, and I know your department's a little different because of the .5 and everything, and it looked like they only occupied about 4. How many staff are on the SEMA staff currently?
Employed today,
Yes.
we have us three at SEMA. We currently have 4 open positions on our TO, and those are the ones that are being filled. So in next year's budget, we're only adding 1 FTE. All of the positions that I've talked about being hired were positions that were either unfilled when I got here or that we've reclassified with the Department of Personnel.
So you said 2 of you, and then yourself 3, and 1 coming. One of the things that
3 more coming,
3 more coming,
a 4th that's in the hiring process.
but currently
And-
there's a
And then
total of
Yes, so on July 1, when this budget takes effect, we should be at a full-time staff of 8 people.
8 people. Okay. I know that was one of the concerns in the findings of the report is how SEMA is not fully funded. I remember going back to maybe 2024, serving on this budget when former Commissioner Russell also was saying, hey, we need more funding at the time. Now Mayor Spencer, but then was budget chair, was here when that happened, when Commissioner Russell was saying, hey, we need to fund SEMA, and was different leadership in the mayor's position, but she was only a budget chair. What number do you think it take? And of course, every department is going to say, this is how much we need, and Paul is going to conservatively, in a respectful way, look at the budget differently. How many individuals do you believe you need to have a fully functioning operating system at FEMA?
I mean, if you want to give me 47, I'll take all of them, and we can make we can make this the greatest agency in the. More realistically, I think that our minimum number, what I would like to see SEMA at July 1 of next year, would be a minimum of 11 staff. We can fill essential positions. We can have redundancies. There's nothing that says the next tornado doesn't land on top of my house in South City, and that I can't come because I'm over in Sauget, Illinois or something, because I got picked up and launched over there. Tornado hit my house. We need to not only fill these critical gaps and build out the team for day-to-day operations, we also need to make sure that we have redundancies in place so that when the major earthquake happens, so that when we have a tornado, we have the ability to flex these positions. We have the ability to run this management framework to collect these resources 24 hours a day, especially in that immediate, 2, 3, 4 weeks while we're still trying to stabilize whole neighborhoods. So I think national best practice, if we wanted to hit every marker on the EMAP accreditation, SEMA would need 14 to 15 people. I think minimum operating capacity for us to shoot for as a city is 11 people. July 1 of this year, we'll be at 8. We can, between splitting some of the duties on the new hires and leveraging regional partnerships and state partnerships, we can augment that gap this year of those 3 FTE that we don't have to get to 11. But I would love to see us be at a place where we have a minimum staff at SEMA of 11 people, especially for a city of this size, especially for the complexity that we're asked to deal with here. Homeland security threats, flooding, earthquakes, tornadoes, the built environment that we have as an older city. All of these things require a sizable emergency management contingent in order to appropriately manage the risk.
Okay, and just a few more questions. I want to back up the bus because I think if I said Commissioner Russell, I want to make sure that I say they, to be clear. One of the things in the report, how has the communication gone between SEMA and the fire department since you've been? How has that the report laid out there was poor communication between SEMA and the fire department. How has that changed?
Sure. I can't speak to what it was like before I got here, right? I can only infer from the Carmody report.
Correct.
I will as somebody who came from the fire department, as somebody who was on Chief Jenkerson's command staff and worked with him on a day-to-day basis, I've had nothing but positive interactions with the fire department, not only with the chief, but his deputy chiefs, and then his command staff officers. All of us have known each other for 10, 15 plus years, so it is very native communication. There's a lot of like, hey, remember we need to do X. Even the St. Patrick's Day event, the Mardi Gras planning this year, like all of that has been much more integrated than it was even when I was at the fire department 10 years ago with SEMA. We would occasionally request like, hey, what's SEMA's plan for X? And it didn't always flow as smoothly. The other part that I would call out too is that in my role at the fire department, I was the chief planner and the command staff officer for most of the special events that happened in the city. So the big runs, again, Mardi Gras, Fair St. Louis, all of those things. And in that role, I worked very closely with the police department and their operational planning as well. And as you probably know, SEMA is still co-located with the police department. We're still in police headquarters until we move into our new space. And I am not looking to wade into the police department city issues. I will tell you that the police department has been a good partner to us so far in our operational work the last 3 months, 4 months.
And I think you said you was a firefighter. Was it Natural Bridge and Union?
I was, yep.
So you know a little bit about the north side. Okay.
Okay. I did almost my whole career north of Del Mar, but
Okay.
I was at the firehouse at Union and Natural Bridge for most of my career.
One of the questions I think I asked Director of Public Safety is, do you think there's in the future a role where SEMA in the fire department is in one agency?
I know that was referenced in the Carmody report. I have been in government and in public safety long enough to know that it is not wise to dismiss anything out of hand or in hand immediately. There are several cities our size that currently position their emergency management apparatus, their SEMA, into the fire department. They make it their own division, very similar to how the Bureau of EMS is its own division in the fire department, right? They don't necessarily cross-man, but the fire department manages the administration of EMS in the city of St. Louis. There are models of other fire departments in the country of cities our size that have done that. I think it's worth exploring. I think that there are some potential operational and fiscal benefits to doing that. I also think that emergency management is a very specific type of public safety, right? We don't ask police officers to start IVs for a reason, right? They have their lane and paramedics have their lane. So the one caution that I would have is any change in how SEMA is structured within city government should be done because it is the operationally smart thing to do. It's the most prudent for the average consumer. This is not a me show. My team has heard me say, I don't need to be a commissioner. I've had other titles. I've done other jobs. Like, I'm here because I believe in the mission. I'm here because I want good things for the city that I've called home my whole life. This is not a me thing. And so if elected officials decided that there was a better model in the Director's Office of Public Safety, in the fire department, if there was a better model that we could show return to the citizens of St. Louis, I would absolutely be open to figuring out how we best do that.
Thank you. And my last question, you hit on this a couple of times, also that was mentioned in the report, is emergency operation plan that was very outdated, hasn't been updated since 2023. Those plans did not reflect stuff, like you said, modern emergency technology, current organizational structure, and many other cities have already kind of have updated plans. Where are we, and I know you only been there 4 months, where is the department with updating their emergency operating plan to have a 2,000 double-digit plan to be up to date?
So we don't have these go through an entire review process and actually require signatories across a whole host of people that, cabinet officials, the mayor's office, the commissioner of emergency management. in order for us to have approved plans, they all go through this review process and get signed off. We are not at that point. We have made some, I'm going to go back to my triage analogy. We have made some changes in how we function around this plan. The first job of the chief planner, who's coming in 2 weeks, is going to be to sit down and write a new plan. And one of the reasons why we extended the job offer to this individual is they specifically have written EOP, emergency operations plans, for cities our size. And they come with not only a host of experience how to do it, but they also come with a bunch of templates. A lot of this stuff isn't all that different from Kansas City. A lot of this stuff isn't all that different from Memphis or from Indianapolis. You take the core 80% of the plan, and then you put the 20%, 25% that's specific to St. Louis and build the plan out. So one of the benefits in extending the offer to the chief planner that we have coming on board is they are coming with about 75 to 80% of this plan ready to go. They're going to come here, learn the St. Louis nuance, and then we should have something. My hope is by January or February, we will have that signatory page all signed off, and we'll have a plan that's been approved.
Thank you. No more questions for me, Commissioner. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your mighty team for also being here as well.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, we'll move right on. Next, we have the Office of BPS. I think we have President Bradley here if he wants to come up, introduce himself, and mention who he has with him, and you can jump straight into the budget.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, committee members. I'm Rich Bradley. I'm the President of the Board of Public Service. Just a little bit about me. I think most of you know me. I was first appointed to President in 2009, so I'm on my 5th appointment from 4 administrations. I'd like to thank you, first of all, for taking the opportunity to let us present to you today on the Board of Public Service budget. We've worked very closely with the Budget Division in preparing this budget. And as always, I've asked staff to always minimize increases in our budget and to do more with less. And that has always been part of our mission, as we know that funding these days is very limited. So at this time, what I'd like to do is introduce my staff. So behind me, from the President's Office, 900, I have Matt Perot, who's Deputy City Engineer. I also have Kim Maloney, who's the Fiscal Operations Support Manager. From Facilities Management, 903, I have Rick Ernst, who's the Commissioner. From the Equipment Services Division, 910, I have Josh Cambridge, who is the Commissioner. And I would also like to just make a mention here that Josh is a relatively new commissioner. He started with us as the commissioner in November of last year. He replaced longtime Commissioner Chris Amos, who happily retired. And Josh is not new to the city. He was with us for about 20 years. He's one of our engineers from BPS. And I will say him, as well as all the others, have been doing an outstanding job. So he is new. This is his first budget hearing. So I would ask you to please be kind to him. Thank you. The Office of Special Events, 914, Travis Hauser is the Special Events Program Executive. And then certainly last but not least is Soldiers Memorial, 930, Dr. Linnea Magnuson, who's the Superintendent of Soldiers Memorial. So what I would like to do is to just walk you through a couple things, and then I would like to walk through each division's budget, talk about the numbers, give you a few of the highlights, and then certainly whatever questions you have myself and staff to answer whatever you need to know. So you asked about priorities. Obviously, one of our biggest priorities is our ARPA funds. The Board of Public Service received $131+ million in ARPA funds. Today, we have expended almost $111 million. We're 84.5% spent out, leaving a total of about $20.3 million left to spend. Now, somebody's going to say, are you going to be able to spend that by the end of the year? And I will tell you that in the last 2 weeks, we have spent $2.9 million in 2 weeks. And our average monthly construction expenditures in this season are about $5.9 million a month. So we are doing very well. As you can see out front with Tucker Boulevard and some of the major arterials across the city, we've been paving, and we will get that done by the end of the year. Just to highlight what we have left, we obviously have paving, and that will take us towards the end of the year. We have some St. Louis Fire Department pumpers, which are due in June. We have the Public Safety Answering Point and the 911 Dispatch Center, which is about 50% complete, but we will expend all the ARPA funding by the end of the year. We expect that facility to be completed sometime in about second quarter of next year. The next priority is capital and board capital funding. I'm sure that's very near and dear to your hearts as well. Just to kind of highlight a little bit about that, currently the capital needs list for the city is in excess of $460 million, with about $226 million being critical needs. The Capital Committee, along with the Citizen Advisory Committee, passed along a recommendation to the Board of E&A to approve the capital budget, which now is in the Board of Aldermen's hands to approve. We thought we did a very nice job of putting that budget together. We have some great projects. We have split it across a number of the departments the best way we can. And I will also tell you that one of the things that we very much prioritize when we're doing capital budgets is recommendations of the Complete Streets Committee, recommendations of the Citizen Advisory Committee, and all the ordinances and laws that we need to follow there, as well as grant opportunities from East West Gateway, where they fund 80% of these projects through the federal funds and 20% is local match share. So we do our best to get as much bang for the buck on the projects that we can do. And then certainly the Board of Public Service, many of these divisions provide operational support to other departments, whether that be facilities management or equipment services, providing for the needs of other city employees, vehicles, building needs, and so forth. And then lastly, the other two divisions are certainly customer service orientated, Soldiers Memorial, as well as the Office of Special Events. So just in summary, so you get a rough idea, the overall Board of Public Service budget from fiscal year 26 was about $53.5 million. The budget proposed is $56.2 million, which represents about a 5% increase. And that is literally just mostly in the two larger divisions of facilities management and equipment services. So with that, if it's okay with you, Mr. Chairman, I would like to start with the President's office, and I'll go through each one, and we can stop for questions. Okay. 900, the President's office, which is the planning, design, construction, engineering, and contracts for city's major capital improvements projects, as well as support of many other divisions. The budget from fiscal year 26 was about $4.9 million. This year it's proposed at $5.1 million, a couple $100,000 increase. And as I look through the line items, everything generally remained flat in that budget except for personnel items, which has to do with raises and so forth. The staffing for fiscal year 26 was 46. This year it is proposed at 44. There was one administrative assistant that was deleted by the budget division, as well as the executive director of Criminal Justice Coordinating Council was eliminated, as that was an ARPA-funded position that ran its course and is no longer funded. And so with that, I will stop for 900 and ask you if you have any questions.
Alderman Devotie?
I do not.
I don't have any questions on the your President's office, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. We'll move ahead to 903. So 903 is the Office of Facilities Management. Past fiscal year 26, the budget was, and this is all funds, $20.8 million. This year, it's $22.4 million, represents a $1.5 million increase. As far as personnel are concerned, there are currently 71 employees that are in the Division of Facilities Management. The next fiscal year reduces it down to 63. Just to talk about this a little bit, there is an internal service fund in this division, which is for the police department. It carries its own budget for their facilities management group. So the police department fund was reduced by 8 custodians by the budget division. And then as I go through the numbers just a little bit, there are a couple of changes that I would like to highlight here that increased. So public health and safety was an increase of about $200,000, and that is for public health and safety is for our emergency work authorizations, that is for unforeseen conditions, asbestos abatement, PCB remediation, underground storage tanks, well repairs and monitoring. And we have a lot of emergency situations that pop up, and so we asked for some additional funding, and we were granted that by the budget division, recommended by that. The next would be 56,200, which is facilities and grounds. And this is a big item because what this is all of our contractual services across the board. So our contract cleaning services, our electrical, open-end contractor, plumbing, mechanical, elevator, mat and linen, fire sprinklers, overhead doors, a number of other open-ended contracts that we go out and we have contracted. So when we need, we can do task order based to allow those works to be done above and beyond what the city staff are able to do. If we drop down to the 56, 57 accounts, which are the utilities, so electric, gas, steam, and sewer, those all increased a bit. Ameren projected a 10% rate increase for the next fiscal year. Spire presented a 11% increase. CenterStream, which is district steam, is a projected 15% increase. And then Metropolitan St. Louis Sewer District is a 12% increase, along with the stormwater runoff charges that are, I believe, Proposition S going forward. And other than those changes, that is generally a overview of 903 facilities management.
Alderwoman Sanya, any questions on facility management? We just went through the president's budget.
No questions?
Alderman Devoti.
I have just a few, President Bradley. First, for those watching at home, would you define for us or tell the folks what is facilities management?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm sorry about that. So facilities management is generally all the city's carpenters, plumbers, electricians, custodians, HVAC mechanics, laborers, all the people who take care of all the city's 150 or so plus buildings.
And that's a good point to make. We have 150 buildings, roundabout, that your staff are maintaining on a day-to-day basis, correct?
Correct.
Now, one of the interesting items you pointed out to us was, my eyes are terrible in this light, and I apologize. 5615, Health and Safety Services. Your mention was we've had lots of emergencies. Educate us on that, because I'm looking at fiscal year 24 and 25. I see items in 24 of just over 25,000, 25, 44,800. Of course, we don't have in our budget book what happened in 26, which I assume is what you were referencing.
Yes.
Give us some background, if you would.
So I'm going to ask Rick Ernst to step forward since he deals with this every day, if that's okay.
Fair enough. And Commissioner, it's good to see you again. I am missing your wife as my assistant every single day. I hope she's doing well and enjoying her retirement.
Oh, thank you. I have her more, and it's wonderful.
And Mr. Rick, if you could just talk into the mic so we can hear you.
Apologize.
No, you're totally fine. You may proceed, Alderman.
Okay.
So my question had to do, again, we're looking in our budget books at the actual expenditures for 24 and 25 with respect to health and safety services. Those are in the ballpark of 25,000 one, 44,000 and change the second. Of course, we don't have data in our books with respect to 26. The president mentioned that your office has dealt with, quote, lots of emergencies. Educate us, will you please? What has led to the ask of a $250,000 line item?
Well, the emergencies have always been there. It's just what we've had to do because we've had less appropriation in 5615. We've had to rely on 5620. So that, and we try not to use those interchangeably, but because of the level of the appropriations, that's what we've had to do. Educating you on the approach to that particular line item, again, it falls generally under the categories of public health and safety, asbestos abatement, contamination caused by transformers that leak their cooling oil into the soils. We do, well monitoring for various soils contamination around various city buildings. When we do renovation work in City Hall, for example, or other city buildings, and then we run into asbestos-containing materials, those have to be abated or remediated and then cleared properly. So a lot of those types of work come out of 5615.
So you've mentioned in the past, though you haven't wanted to, you sometimes borrow from 5620, which is facility and ground services, correct?
Yes.
Describe that for us. What is that particular line?
That particular line of focus is primarily on, in my mind, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, and the related disciplines. So I always have, when it comes to these particular, that particular line, we have priorities, and the priorities are heating and cooling, electrical, plumbing, which we used to say a long time ago, heat, power, and sanitation are the critical elements to run a building. And then there's a lot of disciplines off of that. It's fire sprinkler, there's mandatory elevator, state safety inspections, and routine maintenance to our elevators and our ADA lifts. And then it falls down into our emergency generators, all the emergency generators that we take care of for the fire department or through other city buildings.
Now, as I'm looking at our booklet,
Yeah.
so it sounds to me that from an accounting or bookkeeping perspective, you're trying to more accurately allocate where those particular services are coming from. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Uh,
Yeah,
but-
we
but when
try
I
to,
look at-
we try to pinpoint that, and what I mean by pinpoint is I try to do that with as much accuracy as possible. Instead of overinflating, I try to be very accurate because we always get a limited appropriation.
And so this is what I'm not quite getting,
Okay,
because I'm looking at 5620, and it looks like the proposed budget for this year is 2.3 million, which is up from, again, and I'm looking at 25 expenditures, 2 million. So if in the past, historically, you've traditionally pulled from that particular line item, we're moving the services you described where they more properly belong under health and safety.
correct.
Why is 5620 also going up to the tune of, well, what does it look like? About $300,000. If anything, shouldn't that even out or decrease?
Oh, you mean decrease?
Straighten me out.
Does the other one increase?
Yeah. Well, again, if you're more accurately allocating under which line those services go,
Right.
and we're pumping up one budget, why does the line where we're, in my mind, taking from, why is that also going up $300,000?
No.
Why the raise on both sides?
Simply because the lack of appropriation overall for both lines. And, what we have to do, we have a number of overhead door issues, heating and cooling issues. 95% of our HVAC portfolio is well beyond their service life, for example. And so we have to pick and choose. We have to make the money, last where it needs, we need to apply it where it needs to be applied.
Okay.
And then we don't necessarily get to everything. So we try to do with what we have. And then we also try to keep things as serviceable as possible until such time where we get capital allotments or other things where we can take care of our portfolio.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay.
Alderwoman Sanye.
Thank you. No serious questions about your budget because honestly, it's pretty consistent. It's pretty similar to last year's budget. Not a lot of significant changes or anything like that. My only question is really just what wouldn't be in here. So in the event that there is something that you all, I don't know, need to do like kind of on an emergency sudden basis that you didn't plan for, where would that come from in the budget? If if there was a decision made, something happened in the 7th Ward, I call Mr. Bradley and say, hey, like there's this incident right now, I need it to be addressed, but it's not necessarily in your budget. Where is with that line item?
Did you want to answer that, Rich, or?
That is a wonderful question. And so I am allocated generally through the citywide capital, a couple of discretionary funds. One of those is for buildings. One of those is for roads and bridges. And so it is a very limited fund, but when Rick doesn't have the funding to do it, he comes and talks to me. If it's absolutely necessary, then I allocate it from that fund.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you, good to see you, Rick. Also, I miss Miss Teresa, so please tell her we said hello from the
I
board.
will, I will.
What is the Equipment Service Police Unit? I don't, does that fall under,
It does not fall
Is-
under my purview. Equipment
Is
Service
that-
Police? Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
in the budget book, it said Equipment Service Police Unit, so.
Yeah, when you said that, that kind of, right.
Oh, that's the next one. Am I jumping ahead? Okay. Well, I'll wait. So whoever's next, get ready. No questions.
Okay.
That's all for facilities. I guess we'll go into equipment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next item we have is equipment services. That's queued up here. So equipment services is the division which manages, maintains, and fuels the vehicles and equipment or for all agencies of the city. There are approximately 5,000 city vehicles with anything with a motor they take care of, anything from a weed eater to a leaf blower, all the way up to a road grader or snowplow or fire truck, police car, whatever, over 4 garages across the city. And so as far as the budget goes, last year's appropriation for equipment services division was $27.3 million. This year, the budget recommendation is $28.2 million. It's about $1 million increase over last year. I will also mention, because you just asked the question, that there are 2 internal services funds that are included in this division. Internal service, just like facilities management. One is for the police department, which is tracked on a line item budget just exactly like the rest of these are. And that particular item pertains to the garage on Laclede, which takes care of all the police vehicles across the city. And then the other internal service fund that is included in this budget is for fuel. So all the fuel for all the vehicles across the city is included in the ESD's budget through this internal service fund. So just looking through the budget and giving you a couple highlights. Under 5625 fleet services, we received about a $250,000 increase on that item. And so fleet services are the repairs that are done by outside shops, vendors, things that ESD employees are not able to do. Then there was an increase in 5660, which is support services, of about $280,000. That's IBS Napa contract, and I'll talk about that one for just a minute. So each of the garages has a parts room where different parts are kept for the different vehicle repairs. We were having issues over the years staffing those parts rooms. We couldn't hire parts writers and people, so we were taking mechanics off the floor to staff those rooms, which is not good. We had to keep an inventory that was astronomical. We had to keep a close eye on that inventory so things didn't disappear. New vehicles, different vehicles required all these extra parts. So the previous commissioner looked into what it would take to be a best management practice. And so many big cities have a contract very similar to this. IBS Napa is a contracted service. They staff the parts rooms. they take care of all the parts, and they guarantee us parts delivery within a matter of a day or so, where before, when we were dealing with all these small vendors, it could have been a week, a month, 2 months. Today, they have national viability, and that helps us turn around vehicles in a much quicker manner. And then the other item that is on here is 5660, and that is fleet contractual services, and this is our launch contract. And so before I talk about this one, I should give you the personnel count that we have here. And so we currently, last year, we had 117 employees across the 4 garages, positions. This year is projected at 116. We deleted 2 positions, utility worker and inventory control technician, and we created 1 position with that, deputy commissioner of equipment services. We did that because, again, we had a new commissioner. We had some folks who were interested in being the deputy commissioner, longtime wrench turners for equipment services. So we wanted someone there who is very good at management, which is our commissioner, and we wanted someone who's very understanding of how the mechanical repairs to vehicles are done, which is our deputy commissioner. So that's what we did there. So going back to the launch contract, and it's important to kind of explain the vacancies a little bit here. So currently, we have 116 positions. Currently, there are 62 of those positions that are filled, and the rest of those positions are not filled. And so we supplement that with a contract, which is called Launch. It was something we worked out with Rick Frank when he was the director of personnel. We had a very tough time hiring technicians for both salary reasons, for the fact there was residency, and so these young folks coming out of Rankin and Vatterott and all these other schools were interested in going elsewhere rather than work in the city. And to be honest with you, across the entire business of repairs, dealerships and truck shops and everything, everyone is struggling to find mechanics these days that are qualified. So in order to be able to turn vehicles around, we hired a contractor called Launch. Launch is a personnel contractor. They bring in staff for us. So we have somewhere on the order of 40 plus Launch employees right now that work for us, and they help us on many different shifts. The police garage is 24/7, 365, 3 shifts. Hampton is 2 shifts. Forest Park Garage is 2 shifts. The central garage that fixes refuse and fire is 3 shifts. So we're always looking for technically qualified mechanics who can come in and help us keep the vehicles on the street. So I think that's a pretty good overview. I'll stop there and ask for questions.
Before I go down, since this is the one I had a kind of question on, how is, so that makes sense, the equipment police or the equipment service police unit is to work on, is it only police cars or is it all vehicles throughout the city?
So the police breakdown is just for what is charged to the police department for their vehicles, their equipment, anything that they have at the garage that's serviced. Anything that's city fleet is charged to the city. Now, it gets a little convoluted because we do fix some light-duty city vehicles out of the Laclede garage. We do fix ambulances at the Laclede garage, but that all goes to the city's ESD fund, not that internal service fund you're referring to.
Is it Laclede Garage that's off of Laclede?
And
is-
Van Eventer.
Yeah, is that owned by the city or is that owned by the police department?
Well, that's $1 million question today. So it was the police when it came over for local control. Currently, it still resides with the city until that whole situation gets resolved, and we are still performing all the repairs on all the vehicles, just like all the buildings.
Well, I hate to dive deeper in it some more, but you being over BPS and like all the not all the buildings, but buildings, I guess maybe this is still $1 million answer. Who pays for the building for the Laclede building? Is it we're paying for it? Is like if I go and search it in assessor's office, will it say the city of St. Louis or?
So when the building was originally built, I remember when it was built. It originally was across the street.
When was it originally built? Just
It had to be in the early 90s.
okay.
So it belonged to the police department. It came out of their budget, just like the superstation, all those items. So the building is paid for. But again, the question of ownership, it came over with local control. You know, where it goes from here is, that's a comptroller's decision.
Gotcha. And then you say at the Laclede's garage, you guys also fix the fire trucks.
Ambulances, light duty fire, battalion chiefs, command vehicles, the fire trucks are actually fixed themselves at the central garage.
What happens, I guess, with the state and local control if it comes down that we don't own the building and it's police building? Do we have a location to fix cars?
So there's a lot of questions that go with that, because if it goes back to the police department, the question would be is, do the mechanics go back to the police department? Does the city do a contract with them where we use their building and staff with our people? If it all went away, originally, the ambulances were maintained out at Hampton Avenue and the fire trucks were maintained over at Central. So we would have to find an alternative arrangement. The reason they were moved there originally is because it's a 24/7, 365 garage. And for emergency services, we had to be able to fix ambulances, fix command vehicles, keep things back out on the street as quickly as we could.
Alderwoman Tanya,
I don't have any further questions.
Alderman Devoti,
Alderman, you didn't ask a $1 million question. It's a $159 million.
oh, wow. I don't get that a lot.
I had a similar question, and I think you answered it, President Bradley, so I appreciate it. I do have a question with respect to ambulances, specifically the purchase of ambulances. Does that fall within this discussion, or am I jumping the gun a little bit?
So the ambulances are purchased through citywide capital.
Capital, yes.
Typically, in previous years, when I first started in this position, there was something called a fire bond issue that was put out that paid for ambulances, fire trucks, and other command vehicles. But today, fire is all in your citywide capital or a bond, general obligation bond.
And we heard from the chief, I've lost track of time, maybe this last week? Wow, what is today, Tuesday? Last week. With respect to the purchase of ambulances, and my understanding is we have a number on the way here, is that right?
Yes, we have purchased a number of ambulances. I could pull the numbers out for you. I believe we've spent since '22 somewhere on the order of about $3.5 million, if my numbers serve me correctly.
Fair enough. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Right, I think next is the office special event.
Okay.
Yeah, I could be wrong. It's totally up to you, the president.
The Office of Special Events, 914, provides assurance of special events. They assist people when they're planning special events. There's a narrative in the book, but generally what happens is when you have an event that includes many departments in the city, fire, police, health, food, excise, so forth, it is very difficult for event of organizer to understand their way through the maze of bureaucracy to get all the permits they need. So the Office of Special Events was created a number of years ago to help guide and organize these people, event organizers, and get them to where they need to go, and to also make sure that all the proper approvals were granted so that the Board of Public Service could issue a special events permit. So this budget is relatively simple. This budget last year was about $204,000. This year it is $211,000. Last year there were 2 people in the Office of Special Events. This year we're requesting the same 2 people. There is no change in the actual budget whatsoever. All the items are flat, other than personnel items above the line of about $6,930. So I'll stop there for questions.
Alderwoman Tanya,
No further questions.
Alderman Devoti.
No questions.
This is I think the whole department of BPSs do great work, and President, anytime reaching out to you, you're very fast to respond. I do want to thank Travis in the Office of Special Events. It's always super helpful being a new person coming in. It can get a little wonky a little bit on when events are happening of like, reach out to parks and then reach out to special events and you reach out to this and forestry and all that, but it has been super helpful. I guess my question is, I see there's,
Second.
Alderwoman, you're out of order. You're out of order. I'm just kidding. She also want to say thank you, Travis. I seen her pulling the mic. I was like, as soon as I said it, she want to say thank you and give you your flowers too. 2 people, is that enough? I mean, I think of special events as like excise. It's important, you know, liquor license and stuff like that. Special events, they happen a lot. Is 2 enough for you, Travis?
I think so.
Can you introduce yourselves
Yes,
to the
I'm
public?
Travis Hauser. I'm the Special Events Programming, and I run the Office of Special Events. So I do think that 2 people is sufficient. Sure, you can always use more people, but I do believe that we can manage it.
So
with
if the
2
president wasn't here, you'd still say 2 people?
I would. I really do feel comfortable with that.
You got my email, Travis. I promise. I won't share it. Okay.
I do. Yeah, two people is sufficient.
Okay. Any follow-up questions?
No, but I would like to join. Thank you for all of your work.
Thank you.
I'm gonna third that.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Travis. And I think the last one with BPS is Soldier Memorial, which is in the mighty 14th Ward.
Okay, thank you. Yes, last but certainly not least, is the Soldiers Memorial. So Soldiers Memorial is operated by the City of St. Louis in conjunction with the Missouri Historical Society. The museum, the memorial, as you're aware, a handful of years ago received about a $43 million upgrade as a donation from the Taylor Family Foundation. Thank you. It is amazing. If you haven't been there, please visit. But basically, beyond the actual building, there is a collection of thousands and thousands of artifacts that are owned by the city. They are donated, and there is actually a donation committee that meets and accepts these items and so forth. They're all cataloged. They're kept in a repository at 1520 Market, and it is a very professional museum-type artifacts that we keep. Also, I would say that Superintendent Magnuson, Dr. Magnuson, she is also the chairman of the Soldiers Memorial Commission, which is a number of veterans from the different wars, as well as the Board of Aldermen, the Comptroller, and the Mayor's Office represent that, and that meets, and they go through all the business of the memorial, as well as Memorial Day coming up and Veterans Day and stand downs and various other activities that, you know, honor our veterans, which we are very grateful to have. So to talk about this office, last year the budget was $160,000. This year it's proposed at $162,000. It's an office of 2 individuals, which is the superintendent, excuse me, and a security guard. And so again, just as in the past, this is a flat budget. There are no changes in the budget whatsoever. It's all above the line in salaries. So with that, I will stop for questions.
Alderwoman Tanya,
No questions.
Alderman Devoti.
I don't have any questions, but Superintendent, I would like to congratulate you. I have been to the Soldier Memorial since the renovation, and it is impressive. For anybody who is watching this, who has not visited the memorial, it is worth the visit, it is worth the experience, and thank you so much for, I don't know what the right word is, display or the work that you have done making those artifacts accessible to our residents. It is a wonderful, wonderful place. So thank you.
Again, my name is Linnea Magnuson, and I'm the superintendent. And it's a privilege to be able to be associated with Soldiers Memorial. The city has a long history of service, and the collection is jaw-dropping. So thank you very much for saying that, and we're doing the best we can because it's very important. So thank you.
Alderwoman Sanye.
I'm just really seconding Alderman Devote's comments. I really, I studied psychology, and you cannot learn about mental health and not learn about, veterans, just the vast challenges that can be there. And in the memorial, you guys usually have an annual event that I usually go to. One year I was actually a father with me, proud veteran. And so I just really want to commend the work that you have on display, and especially like to me, as someone who also really appreciates history, you had a really honest depiction of the journey of soldiers. I even saw some history that talked about like racial segregation and the integration process, and even highlighting like some of the first lieutenants and colonels and like some of the challenges that were faced as like integration was happening, and just key issues throughout history. So I know at this time, just being honest about some historical events can be radical. So I appreciate you guys for keeping the truth in there. And I know that my dad would definitely want me to make sure that I let you all know that he really enjoyed his time there, and being able to kind of walk around and see kind of the national history, but also a nice amount of history that's specific to St. Louis as well. So I just want to echo and make sure I voiced that on the record.
Thank you. I mean, what we do, I'm a historian, so that's what our purpose is. So thank you for saying that, and I appreciate it very much.
Can you explain, so the city, is it in partnership with Soldier Memorial? Can you explain that for just the public, how that
Yes.
works?
When I first came, the position before me was kind of more ceremonial, I think, and so the first thing we did was we tried to bring Soldiers Memorial up to a standard that museums would respect, and we realized that we didn't have the resources to do that. So we found the money through the Taylor family, and then the other thing we needed was a staff to manage the collection and the museum once we had the work done to renovate it. So what we did was we developed a partnership, sort of like Forest Park Forever in the Parks Department. We've got people who are professionals and know what they're doing through the History Museum, but we also have the ownership of the collection and the building and the museum maintained by the city. So it's a great relationship. We have very big city events, as Travis knows. The Memorial Day event and the Veterans Day event are kind of signature events of the year. And it's one of those things that's very difficult to do without a lot of participation by veterans organizations. And the History Museum is, of course, very involved in that as well. So the partnership works where we have the responsibility of, I wouldn't say not overseeing, but working with the History Museum to make sure that we maintain the museum in the way it's supposed to be maintained and the mission is maintained, and that the collection grows the way it should be, and honors veterans in the city of St. Louis all around. So.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, echo everything the Alderwoman from the 7th said. It's a great place to see. They have many different events there. I had the honor of being part of the Tuskegee Airmen event. That was so amazing, and we did the honorary street name that sits outside of Soldier Memorial of Tuskegee Airmen. As the Alderwoman said, in a time where some folks want to erase Black history and get them out of history books, it's always good to have spaces right here downtown by our beautiful City Hall where you can see many different events that they have in that space. And I know the director talked about the collaboration with the city and individuals that sit on the board. I will also give a shout out. I think Janika Hayden from the President Office sits on that board in the collaboration. Yeah. So thank you all for the work that you guys do.
Thanks. I just want to say the first exhibit I put together was the Montford Point Marines, and I still think that's one of my very favorite things that happened at Soldiers Memorial, because I was able to meet a lot of those folks from St. Louis. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Director, you can conclude on your budget.
So I just want to say thank you for your time this morning. Thank you for allowing us to present before you. I also want to thank the staff here, as well as all the Board of Public Service staff through all the divisions. These people are absolutely committed and amazing. They all work hard. They work well beyond what's required of them. and I'm really proud to work with them every day. So again, thank you. And if there's anything else you need, please let me know.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you to all the staff also at BPS. I'm sure we all reach out to you in many ways. So thank you, guys. All right, next, we caught back up on time. We have the Circuit Attorney's Office. We have Mr. Attorney himself, if he wants to come on up. And Madam Clerk, are we getting the, uh-oh.
I'm not allowed to do that. No. We don't do that.
Because you're a man?
Yeah. No way.
I'm asking if that's why.
I'm not permitted to. I'm not going.
You can't come. You can be like, oh, but I like your suit jacket.
Say that.
Okay.
What are the sweet dreams of this?
Sweet dreams are made of this.
I love the fit. Okay. I'm definitely going to mention it on the record so you know.
Oh, yeah, come on back. You come on over.
I'll get up. Give me a Sweet dreams are made of this.
I just love saying his name because at one point I
It's good to see you.
He probably still going to say it wrong on the record.
Coming from the lady who can't get a name right.
Hey.
Teeny Homes. It's 4
Tiny.
letters. Tiny. Teeny Homes. All right, you guys ready?
Ready, roll?
All righty, we have our amazing circuit attorney here, Mr. Gabe Gore. If you want to introduce yourself, staff you have, and then you can proceed with your budget.
All right, I am Gabe Gore, Circuit Attorney for the City of St. Louis. Here with me today is Becky Rentschler, she's our Operations Manager. Leanne Mosby, who is our Director of Community Engagement, and Steve Capizzi, who is our First Assistant. And we've got a slide presentation that we'll
We do not.
go through. We don't have it. We're working on it. I saw it was up there for a second. It's in the corner.
We do not have it on the screen, but we do have the paper ones if you want to begin.
Is she able to? 1 second.
Something's popping up.
Yeah, the little box is there.
Well, that, or I think what the chair could do, what the chair could do, at least on the speaker I'm into, is you're barred from asking any questions. Because today, 75 to 80% of what you asked, he actually presented.
So that's them.
So the chair, the information twice.
Looks like we're ready to go.
Look like we're ready to go. All right, thank you for that patience, Mr. Attorney. You may proceed.
Okay, great. All right, so we'll just give you, I'll provide you a update on different things that are going on in office and we are focusing on and why we are seeking the budget we are to support the work that we're doing. Right here on the first slide, you see a picture of me with our first class of graduates from Citizens Academy, which is a great program that we launched this fall. And you'll hear more about that as we go through our presentation and talk about our community engagement efforts. Next slide, please. I just like to reiterate, whenever I get a chance with the public or with the committees, that our mission is to pursue a higher level of public safety for the entire St. Louis region. That's what we focus on every day. That is what our work seeks to accomplish. My vision for our office is that we be one of the highest performing prosecuting attorneys' offices in the country, and that is a vision that I believe we are on a trajectory to achieve. We're not there yet. We've got a lot of work to do, but we are on a trajectory to achieve that objective. What does it mean to be one of the best performing prosecuting attorneys' offices in the country? There's a lot of ways you can think about that. Of course, one focus would be operational excellence, which is something that I'm going to talk about. But for me, the bigger focus is, of course, how are we perceived in the community? Do people have faith in the circuit attorney's office? Do they believe that we are achieving justice for the community? Do they have trust in us? Do they respect that we are an office that functions with high integrity, which is obviously absolutely necessary in the criminal justice system? But let's talk about operational excellence. Next slide. Here, when you start looking at indicators of whether or not your office is performing at a high level, there are a few different things you can look at. In terms of warrant review, applications of warrants on cases that are submitted to us by the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department. When I was appointed, back when I began my work in the Circuit Attorney's Office, we were dealing with a backlog in the warrant office, which was a situation where we had 6,700 applications for warrants that had not been reviewed at all. So there was a tremendous backlog in reviewing warrants, which obviously was a huge threat to public safety, because that meant that you had offenders who were being arrested and applied on charges with the Circuit Attorney's Office, but simply no action was being taken. So we were able to reverse that situation, and as of today, we review 91% of all of the applications for warrants that are submitted to the warrant office within 24 hours. And that has a huge benefit for public safety, because when you have applications for warrants for people who are violent offenders, who represent a danger to the community, getting those warrants, getting charges issued within 24 hours is the difference between them being released back out into the public where they could pose a danger and being confined. We also are doing more cases, a 90% increase over the time that I was appointed, And what that reflects is it reflects the fact that when I was appointed, the office really was at a point where it was not functioning as a well-functioning office as part of the criminal justice system. So we've been able to get back to where we're issuing cases on a regular basis, and there's no category of cases that we're not issuing. We're issuing on car theft cases. We're issuing on tampering cases where people are breaking out windows in cars, looking for things to steal out of cars. We're issuing on burglaries. That's including burglaries of garages. And that reflects a position that I've taken, I've made very clear, which is, you know, I feel very strongly that as a resident of the city of St. Louis, you should not have to accept a certain level of property crime as a cost of living in the city. And that's kind of where things were when I was appointed. So we are back to enforcing all of the criminal laws here in the city of St. Louis. Next slide. Okay, here we're talking about the efficient disposition of cases. This is very important. How quickly are cases moving through the office? Our average time for disposing of a case is 156 days. As you can see, that's a 62% reduction. And what does that mean for justice? That means that you may have heard the saying, justice delayed is justice denied. So that means that defendants are getting their day in court. You're not having people sit in the criminal justice center, the Justice Center, waiting 2 or 3 years to have a trial. That helps with preventing overcrowding in the city jail. And it also just helps with the orderly operation of the criminal justice system here in the city of St. Louis. So that's something that we stay focused on and we work very hard to achieve. One thing I'm very proud of that I've implemented since being circuit attorney is we have a very robust rec committee. There's a recommendation committee that meets every Wednesday. We start at 8 o'clock in the morning, and we go through cases, and we talk about the cases, and we make recommendations for what the plea offer should be in the particular case. We spend a lot of time on it, probably more time on that than has ever been spent in the circuit attorney's office. We don't commoditize defendants and sentences. We really look at each case individually. We look at criminal history. We look at the nature of the crime. We look at danger posed to the public by the person, and we make a recommendation that reflects that. We also work hard to make sure that we're getting consistency throughout the office so that your disposition of your case or the approach taken to your case isn't purely dependent on which prosecutor you happen to draw. So that's something that we think is very important to having a just criminal justice system here in the city of St. Louis, and something that we spend a lot of time on, and I'm very proud of the work we get done in the rec committee. Other things that we're focused on. Next slide. This is a big part of getting the office rebuilt, obviously, is we have been staffing up very quickly. When I was appointed circuit attorney, we were at 22 attorneys. We've been building on that year over year. As I stand here today, we are at 49 attorneys. We have another 3 who are going to be joining us in the fall. I hope to increase that to probably 5 joining us in the fall. Just got another resume from a strong candidate just before I came over here today. So we're building the office through bringing in young attorneys straight out of law school in a lot of cases, and really investing a lot in getting them trained and getting them to be high-performing prosecutors, maybe more quickly than they would have been required in the past. And, you know, I feel like the candidates we're getting, the quality of candidates we're getting is very high. And so it's our obligation and our job to make sure we get them trained right. How are we doing that? They all start out in Divisions 25 and 26 that handles preliminary hearings and bond hearings. But more importantly, we have them second and third chairing our more experienced attorneys to get that in-court experience much earlier in their career than they would otherwise. So for instance, this week, we have Tanya Engelhardt, our chief of homicide, is in trial on a murder trial. Sitting with her in that trial, helping her out, the second chair is one of our attorneys who's been with us for 2 years, graduated SLU Law School 2 years ago, and now he's second chairing a murder trial as a violent crime attorney. The other attorney, who's the third chair, is about 1 year out of law school and is getting that experience. So we do that on every trial. Every trial we have a second chair, third chair, and it's for training purposes, getting our attorneys in the courtroom, getting that experience very early on. I'm excited that this year we've instituted a mock trial program where we're going to have a mock trial with our brand new attorneys in the misdemeanor unit and let them get the experience of first chairing a trial, where we're going to have actual retired judges come in and sit on the bench and really make it as realistic as possible so that they feel like they have a trial under their belt even before their first actual first chair trial. So those are the things we're working on. Something that we have invested a tremendous amount of energy in ever since I've been circuit attorney is community engagement. It's something we're going to continue to invest in. Our investments in community engagement are historic for the circuit attorney's office, and that has all been made possible by the great work of Leanne Mosby, our Director of Community Engagement. So I'm going to let Leanne come up and talk to you about what we're doing in the area of community engagement.
Thank you, sir. Hi, I'm Leanne Mosby, the Director of Community Engagement, and if you heard me speak about it publicly, you've heard me say that I have the best job in the office. So I'll take a few minutes and talk to you about 2 initiatives that we're doing that we're really, really excited about. I came to the Circuit Attorney's Office in October of 2023, and since then we have done over 240 different styles of public meetings, neighborhood meetings, community events. And the whole purpose of that is for us to build collaborations and relationships with the residents of the city of St. Louis. If and when the day comes that they have to interact with our office on what is presumably one of the most tragic days of their lives, we would not want that first instance with us to be that day. So we're trying to build partnerships with them and giving them an insight into the work that we do behind and a look at our office and have that experience with us on a more positive note. So Citizens Academy, one of the very first initiatives that we have done, and our inaugural class was last fall. It's a 6-week class, 1 night a week for 2 hours, and we take the citizens of St. Louis through what we call the anatomy of a prosecution. And those 240 plus events that I've just talked about, when I took this job and we would go out into the community and talk with residents, one of the things that I learned very early on is that people were very confused about what police did, what our office did, what the courts did. There were just a lot of questions and people just weren't sure once a crime happened, what it looked like to run its course through the process of the judicial system. So this is where the idea of Citizens Academy came along. I talked with the circuit attorney about it, thought it would be a great idea, proposed it to him, got him on board. Wasn't quite sure how easy it would be to get people to come, but people want this information. They want to know how it works behind when a crime is committed, and then they want to know what the resolution is. And a lot of times they only get that through the media. So doing Citizens Academy, we bring in 20 participants, 18 and older, St. Louis City, St. Charles, the county, just region, because we know crime is not regional, right? It doesn't stop at the city border. So they apply to come into our office. We review all of the applications. And our goal is to put together a diverse group of individuals, then put them in a room for 6 weeks and just take them through the anatomy of a prosecution. We are now currently in our second class, which will graduate this Thursday, another 20 participants. So essentially we have educated 40 citizens since October about the process of our office, and I'm very, very, very proud of this program. And we have more applicants than we have slots, so that's a very good problem to have. Next slide, please. The second initiative that we are doing is the Circuit Attorney's Neighborhood Collaboration. And I know all of you have heard about this because I've sent you letters and emails. So I'm very proud to say that since February, we have launched this initiative in 4 different neighborhoods, and by the time we get through June, we would have launched in 10 different neighborhoods. So essentially, what this program is, people have asked for. The circuit attorney has promised the people that he will give them a liaison inside track into our office. And that's exactly what this program does. It's a community-based public safety initiative. And what he is doing, he's assigning an assistant circuit attorney to go to neighborhood meetings. We were just at one with Alderman Devotee last week. And that assistant circuit attorney will come into that neighborhood and talk with those residents specifically about the concerns that are plaguing them. So they will have a dedicated ACA that they can reach out to about cases, just about questions, so that they are made aware of things that are happening in our neighborhood. And we have 14 wards. Our goal is to have 14 different CNCs, but he has made a public declaration to pretty much any neighborhood association that would like to have an assistant circuit attorney, then he will assign them as long as we have them. So these are 2 initiatives that I'm very, very proud of, and I love the work of community engagement. And thank you all for your support. I know Alderman Devotee, you were very good about, I was having some trouble getting into some of the neighborhood associations in your ward, and you sent an email, and then now all of a sudden, everybody wants to get on board. So thank you all for your support. Alderman Aldridge and Alderwoman Saulnier, I'll be all day talking about you guys supporting my career ever since I started at the office. So again, thank you for championing this work. I absolutely love what I do, and I cannot do it without the citizens of St. Louis being interested in the work that we do. And the citizens of St. Louis would not be interested in what we do if we did not have phenomenal ACAs and fighting for justice for them every single day. So thank you. Sir.
And I'd just like to echo Leanne's sentiment, which is a big reason our community engagement work has been so successful is the tremendous cooperation and engagement we get from the Board of Aldermen in helping us engage with their respective wards. Another initiative we're working on that is community engagement focused, but also just transparency focused, is we're very close to, within the next few weeks, launching the Circuit Attorney's Office's dashboard that's gonna make publicly available performance indicators for our office. But in addition to that, it's going to provide this city map with all of the neighborhoods that's going to provide a vehicle for people to be able to go in their neighborhood, click on their neighborhood, and look at what are the active pending cases in our office from their neighborhood. So we're really excited about that. We think that's going to be a tool that's going to be very helpful to people in the situations where there might be an incident in your neighborhood. You might see an arrest made, and a couple months later, you might be wondering what's going on with that case. Well, you'll be able to go to this map, click on your neighborhood, and you're going to see there listed all of the cases pending in our office from your neighborhood. So that's something we're very excited about. I know yesterday, just looking at it in the draft form, I was excited to be able to go through and click on my neighborhood and see what cases we had pending for my neighborhood, information that I don't usually have. The other big thing we've done that I'm very proud of is our work in the area of diversion. Again, we have made historic investments in diversion since I have been in the Circuit Attorney's Office, and a big piece of that is the work we've done with the Tap-In Center. Next slide. So why is diversion important? It's important because this is our diversion program, which is a program for low-level, first-time offenders, nonviolent offenders, a program where we bring them in to a prosecutor-directed diversion program and give them an opportunity to get community resources and do the work necessary to get their lives back on track and to avoid being habitual participants in the criminal justice system. If they successfully complete our diversion program, they don't get a criminal conviction, which is something that can really be beneficial as they go through life and through their careers. So something that we're very proud of, something we spend a lot of time working on. It's important to the community because, I hear at community meetings all the time, most people want to see us offering alternatives to incarceration where that is appropriate. It also gives us a chance to do something that will directly benefit the community. The value of getting someone who's maybe on a bad path due to substance abuse issues or just making bad decisions and getting them on the right path is something that pays huge dividends for them, their families, and the entire St. Louis community. So something we're very proud of. And also, by redirecting these nonviolent, low-level offenders into diversion, it permits us to focus our resources and our prosecution efforts where they're most productive, which is, as I've always said from the time that I've been appointed, is our commitment to aggressively prosecuting violent crime. Some quick numbers on diversion, if we take a look at the next page. 77 current participants. We've had 125 graduates, and our diversion program is something that we're really just going to stay focused on and continue to grow as it matures. So really excited about the work we're doing. It's a program that's fairly in the fairly early stages. I think at this point it's probably been up and running for about 2 years. So we're going to build on the participation levels as we go. Next slide. Here's something that has been a tremendous success. The Tap-In Center. This is an idea that we borrowed from St. Louis County. They started a Tap-In Center in St. Louis County, and we brought it to the city. What a Tap-In Center is it's prosecutor's offices setting up in a location outside of the courthouse to kind of remove that intimidation factor, and inviting people with active warrants to come in and get those warrants resolved, get a new court date, and create a situation where you can get the active warrant removed, get a new court date, get a fresh start in a non-intimidating environment. Our Tap-In Center is every Wednesday from 4 to 6 at the Central Library branch, and it's been tremendously successful. We've had 851 people to date take advantage of the Tap-In Center. Those numbers are much bigger than what St. Louis County saw, so it's something that was particularly needed here in the city. And just to understand what we talk about when we talk about this Tap-In Center is it can make a huge difference for people. Someone might, for whatever reasons, miss a court date and know that they have an active warrant out for their arrest. And they go through life every day hoping that they're not pulled over and hoping that they're not in a situation where they're going to be arrested and taken to jail because of that active warrant. What this Tap-In Center does is gives them an opportunity to come in without the threat of being arrested and get that resolved and remove that tremendous mental burden from their minds. And in addition to that, permit them to avoid the situation where their lives will be disrupted by being arrested and put in jail on an active warrant. So a program we're very proud of, and the response to it has been really much more than we would have anticipated. The other part of our diversion program is the court-directed treatment court. We cooperate with the court on this. I know that when I came on as circuit attorney, I went around and talked to the judges, and one thing they were very interested in was getting treatment court reinvigorated. At the time when I got there, there were probably less than 10 participants in treatment court, so all the judges were really interested in getting that because they saw the benefit of it over the years. They were really interested in getting that back up and running, and we've done that, and at this point, we've got 131 participants in treatment court, and lots of graduates, and there's also a special treatment court for veterans, so just really a great program. I've attended several of the graduation events, and they're just really inspiring events that show that people can change and turn their lives around when they're provided the proper community resources. So something we're very proud of that work, and I know the court is also very proud of that work. Next slide. Conviction integrity, something that we, for the first time in the history of Circuit Attorney's Office, have a conviction integrity unit. That unit reports directly to former Supreme Court Justice Judge George Draper, and something that we spend a lot of time taking a look at cases that are submitted to us for review for conviction integrity purposes. If we take a look at the next slide, we are still at the point in our conviction integrity unit where really the only thing we're focused on is trying to identify cases where we can sustain a claim of actual innocence. And as we saw pictured earlier, the one example of that would be the Christopher Dunn case, where we were able to file a motion to vacate his conviction on the grounds that we believed the evidence established that he was actually innocent. We went to a hearing on that matter. I personally handled that hearing, participated in it, along with the Thompson Coburn law firm. And as a result of their great work, we were able to get his conviction vacated. We continue to litigate that matter to this day. There's been a couple of appeals by the Attorney General's office challenging the dismissal of the case, and there's currently the matter is with the Court of Appeals for the Eastern District of Missouri, considering whether or not our Judge Singheiser's decision to vacate the conviction was the correct one. So that's a matter we continue to litigate. But our conviction integrity unit is something that we think is important because it sends the message to the public that we're not afraid to look at our own work, and that we have the integrity to admit when an injustice occurred and an innocent person was convicted. And our conviction integrity unit is something we're going to look to expand and grow as our office matures. That's the work we're doing. What is necessary for us to continue on the trajectory we're on, which I believe we're on the right path towards working to be one of the highest performing circuit prosecuting attorneys' offices in the country. What are the threats to that? What can derail us? At the end of the day, the circuit attorney's office is a law office. Law offices depend entirely on talent, and retaining our attorneys and staff is critical to our success, obviously. That's really going to be the key to whether or not we're going to be a circuit attorney's office that can provide the level of public safety that the residents of the city of St. Louis and really the residents of the St. Louis region deserve. So the work that we're doing right now is trying to build towards proper staffing levels in order to avoid burnout. I tell people, our office is functioning at a high level now. We're doing good work, but the current trajectory we're on is not sustainable because people are still working well over capacity, managing caseloads that are really unprecedented in the history of the Circuit Attorney's Office in terms of the caseloads that our attorneys are being asked to carry. They're doing that work because they're committed public servants and they love the city, and they're willing to work hard and do what's necessary to make sure we're doing everything we can to improve public safety. However, it's simply not sustainable. All prosecutors' offices deal with burnout. It's something that comes with the territory, and we have seen some burnout in our office in terms of prosecutors, and I feel like as long as our staffing levels are well below what they need to be, that's going to be a continued risk. That's why we're trying to build towards full staffing as quickly as possible. So currently we're at 49 attorneys. Hopefully we'll add 5 in the fall, 5 to 7. So we'll be somewhere in the mid-50s. Ultimately, I think the minimum number of attorneys we're going to need to be properly staffed and be able to be on a sustainable trajectory is going to be at least 60 attorneys, which is what the office was staffed at in 2016. So obviously, a big piece of us getting fully staffed is going to be retaining the attorneys we have, retaining the young attorneys who we're investing so much in terms of training. So in order to do that, we're going to need to be competitive on salaries. We've looked at salaries at neighboring prosecuting attorneys' offices, and we are the lowest paid prosecutors in the region. And St. Louis County has a significant advantage on us in terms of salary compensation. And so we are seeking to at least stay within in range of what St. Louis County pays their prosecutors. And really, when we look at the offices surrounding the region, the Attorney General's office, Madison County, St. Charles County, we really are the lowest paid prosecutors in the region. So that's something that we've got to continue to work on. I've talked about the tremendous investments we're making in training. Currently, of my 49 trial attorneys, when I talk about attorneys, I talk about trial attorneys. We also have 4 attorneys who are in the child support unit, but I don't talk about them in terms of trial attorneys. So in terms of my 49 trial attorneys, currently, we have 25 of them have 3 years or less of experience. So that just demonstrates to you that we're going to be needing to make big investments in training in order to kind of build the prosecutors of the future. And that's something that we're doing. But in addition to that, we're going to need to retain them. Because if we train them up and they go and join other prosecutors' offices or take their trial skills and go into private practice, that's something that's going to really set our office back, and we're never going to really achieve that level of sustainable excellence that we're seeking and really what the St. Louis community requires and deserves in terms of us playing our part in achieving public safety. The other big part of retention, and it's something that I've really emphasized and have really elevated the discussion of in the past year in my office, it's kind of a nationwide thing that prosecutors are talking more and more about. That is attorney well-being, prosecutor well-being. It's a very stressful job in terms of just the subject matter you're dealing with on a daily basis. And attorney well-being is a big part of retention. It's a big part of avoiding burnout. And it's something that we have really been focused on and investing a lot in the past year, and something we're going to have to continue to focus on. Like I said, that's a nationwide initiative. Prosecutors' offices nationwide are down in attorneys and having trouble getting fully staffed, and everybody's focused on ways to improve retention, and well-being is going to be a big part of that. So with that, I'm going to have Steve Capizzi, our first assistant, come up and talk about our specific budget ask for fiscal 27.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Steve Capizzi. So this first slide just summarizes our actual budget request. As you can see here, our budget request, proposed budget for this year is $18,297,834. It's a very modest increase. It's about 0.5% increase from last year. So, I think we're doing very good and efficient with the money that you're giving us. Most of our, and Gabe hit on this, but most of our salaries, or most of our budget goes to one thing, and that's the salary of our employees, along with those benefits, those salaries. That's about 94% of our overall budget goes to just providing salaries and benefits to our employees. The remaining 6% we use for operational functioning of the office, keeping the lights on, I like to say. And then for, as Gabe just mentioned, training. We have half of our trial attorneys have been at our office less than 3 years. And, that's not a lot of time, and we need to train those people. So just to kind of go over what we asked and what we got returned from the budget department, we had originally asked for those 60 trial attorneys for this year. We do believe that we will need to get to that number of trial attorneys to be an efficient and effective office. We got back a cut of 3 of those attorneys, which were senior level positions, 1 a manager and then 2 attorney 3s. We do not believe, based on our projections, that we're going to be able to fill those 60 spots this year. based on what we've seen since Gabe was appointed in 2023. There's not a line of qualified, high-level prosecutors out on market that we can just pick up. So we think we can get by with those 57 positions this year. Gabe just kind of went over the numbers and our projections for hiring. We also anticipate that we're going to need those 60 when we're back in front of you in about a year. So we want to make sure that the committee understands that, that's still our goal. And it's not only a goal, it's what we think we need to function. Our caseloads are extremely high with the office right now, way past the projections. And one thing that we've seen since Gabe was appointed in 23 is we had a lot of people come back and help, but there's burnout. We're here 3 years, almost 3 years to the day now, and that level of caseload and stress wears on our attorneys, even the ones who want to do everything they can and came back to this office. Along with those 3 positions, we'll need to support them. And so we put in originally for an investigator 2 position and a computer operator 1 position. Those were pulled back by the budget department this year as well. But for the same reasons that we just listed for those attorneys and the support of those attorneys, we'll be back here next year asking for those 2 positions back to help support those attorneys. Circuit Attorney Gord touched on this, but wellness and well-being is a huge issue with prosecutors across the nation. We've known about this, and like I said, we're starting to see it now with our attorneys since we've been back for 3 years. About a year ago, we sat down and figured out, okay, what can we do? And what can we do efficiently at the office to try to help with well-being? And there's some things that we've identified and done that I think have truly assisted with a lot of not only our attorneys, but our staff. I always like to say that Circuit Attorney's office is like family, because it truly is. I mean, I'm on my 18th year, I think, at the office, and I wouldn't be here unless I loved it. But there's things that we could do that we've done. Simple things like we have a yoga class now for attorneys during lunch and support staff during lunch. We participated in a softball tournament this year. We have a holiday party. We have a book club. We did some flower arranging for the moms of our office last week. So these are little things that we do throughout the year. We will continue to do to make sure that well-being for our attorneys and our staff is at the level it should be. I recently went to a conference and they put it in a nutshell kind of how I think about prosecution. The stress levels are very, very high. And there's not a lot we can do about that. I mean, you're prosecuting sex crimes, murders. Those are going to be stressful. But what our office can do more of is making sure that we have some mental time for our attorneys and support staff and investigators to kind of decompress and refocus. So we're going to start a meditation class over lunch again at the office, which is a very unusual and new idea for our office, but I think it will be effective. And there's some other simple things that we do. We send out a Healthy Bites email. We send out a lot of congratulatory emails about wins and ups in the office. We really try to bring new people on in a way that makes them understand the importance of having that family, that community atmosphere. Next slide. So along with those 2 things, there's 2 things that we're here asking the committee here and the Board of Aldermen here today to increase in our current budget, our proposed budget. One is a $60,000 parking stipend, which sounds like a lot of money, but it's really not. We have about 100 employees that would support. We have 140 total employees. So that would support about 100 of those employees with a minimal monthly stipend to park. I heard from Mr. Gore, and I think he put it in a very effective way. You shouldn't have to pay to come to work. And that's something we do, and that's something I've done for a long time. But paying to come to work is a big burden. And I think that's something we can give our employees, this small stipend monthly through city parking to help support and help benefit them and their well-being in the office. And the second thing we're asking for is $70,000 to clean our windows. So the Carnahan Courthouse, there's 10 floors. Our office occupies all, if not most, of 5 of those floors. I don't know if we're the biggest office over there, but we're darn near close, besides maybe the judges, although we have much more staff than that. To give you an example, so I left the office in 2008. When I came back in 2023, I can tell you the windows hadn't been cleaned the entire time I lost. In fact, Most of the office and the interior, nothing had been cleaned. It was like a ghost town. The morale of the employees when we walked in was low. They had gone through, traumatic experience with their current circuit attorney. Obviously, they loved the city or they wouldn't be there. So one of the things we faced was how do we get that morale up? In 2025, about a year ago, a little bit more, the windows were cleaned at the office. And it sounds like a small thing. I will tell you, people were taking photographs from inside their offices. People were calling people in halfway through their window getting cleaned to say, look at this. Look at the effect this has. We can see sunlight. The dirt was gone. The film of not only the windows, but kind of the office disappeared. And that was very, very effective for us as an office. People still talk about the windows. Because of that, we don't want to get back to that state where that's a problem, where people can't even look out their window. And so we're asking for a $70,000 to our one of our funds, our maintenance fund, I think it is, to provide that window cleaning for the Carnahan Courthouse as a whole. It just brings up the overall morale. It brings up the overall effectiveness of our people. One of the things that Circuit Attorney Gore talked about was retention. Well, these are the things that we have to do to retain our employees. All right, we have to pay them well, but we also have to make the environment that they are required to work in somewhere where they want to come to work. So I'll take any questions, and Mr. Gore obviously is here for any questions as well.
All right, starting in order of seniority, Alderwoman Tanya.
Good afternoon. I certainly do have some questions. Specific to the budget, I see that on page 167 in our budget books, but there's a line for computer services requested, $299,084, and the proposed budget gives $55,000. And similarly to that, the facility and ground services, you requested $250,000. The proposed budget is $0. And you also requested $350,000 for education and training services, but the proposed budget is $0 as well. So just want to just check in and see, does this significantly delay any of the work that you all have to do? I'll say, I think the prosecutor's office is incredibly important to a public safety system that, meets our residents and gives their needs. And it's particularly of strong interest to myself and many constituents because you all's office is really tied to, an ability for not just safety to get addressed and justice in terms of making sure that there are certain consequences when actions are taken, but also in terms of wanting to ensure that CJC stints are as short as possible. And so I'm just very curious about if any of these things present a delay in your operations to do that important work.
Sure. Obviously, we try to stay within the budget as it's presented. To go to each one of those accounts, let me kind of address those. The first one I think was the computer services. Yeah, we actually have a bunch of different lines through our different cost centers that cover that. Technology in the court is always lacking. Now our courts have underwent for the first time, I think, in the existence of their courthouses and upgrading some of their technology. But as Mr. Gore could probably tell you this as well, he tried a case last year. The TV on the wall works, it's great, but it's not really the best and most effective presentation that we can do. And so we need to upgrade those resources per case. An example of that is we bring in an 85-inch television to help present evidence and show that evidence not only to the jurors, but to the people who are watching those trials as well. One of the things that we noticed when we came back was we finally had some TVs in the courtroom that we would bring over for trial, but they would block half the courtroom because the way that it was positioned, it would show the jury the evidence or whatever we were showing on the screen, but it would block the gallery because of the way the courtroom is set up. And so we've started to address those things. We've purchased some equipment, but we need to purchase more to help present those cases effectively. And to be quite honest, just the way that they're presented in this day and age to juries. The second category was, I think, the the facility, I don't remember what the title of it was, but the facility request. Part of that was.
Facilities and ground services.
Yes, ma'am. Part of that was the the windows, those kind of things within the office. We've done tremendous upgrades of the interior of our offices compared to where we started. I think I mentioned this, but when I left for those 6.5, 7 years, there wasn't a single upgrade that I had seen within the office. And so those are the types of things that we have to maintain within the courthouse, our interior of our offices, those windows, the cleaning of those windows, carpeting, basic needs, basic furniture needs, basic equipment needs. So we've been doing that, and we'll continue to do that. But yes, obviously, without that money, that makes it more difficult. But I think we'll be fine this year getting through those upgrades. And we would like the money for the windows. And then the last category, can you remind me what that was?
Education and training services, $350,000 was requested, but it's $0 proposed.
Right. Now that's another one that there's lots of different lines throughout the cost centers, and we did get a good chunk of money for training. But like I mentioned earlier, we have a very young staff, and it's very important for that staff to get trained up properly. There's certain requirements that we have to have as lawyers in the state of Missouri. They're called CLEs, and sometimes we need to send people to conferences to, again, get best practices for how to present a case and how to prosecute a case. So that's why we asked for that money, because that importance of getting those attorneys trained. But like I said, there's other different lines that we can use to assist with that training this year.
Thank you, and I skipped my usual, Mr. Gore. Thank you for being here today. Nice to see you. And we know that every year I always give my flowers to yourself, of course, as a prosecutor, but especially to Ms. Mosby. I'm always going to do that on the record. I really appreciate her. I feel like she's really helpful. I think right now there are a lot of public safety conversations that can be very difficult, especially in the nuance that's required. And Ms. Mosby has always done a wonderful job. And anytime I've seen her in community and talking to my constituents specifically, who are very passionate folks and have strong opinions and thoughts, and you tend to navigate that very well and have helped me to explain some things. And I do appreciate all the communication that we get from your office telling us about the citizen court. I try to share those opportunities with residents as much as possible. I think especially my residents, since they are so passionate, getting a chance to really see the inside of a system and how it works is something that I hope that more of them will, take more advantage of, so it can benefit them in their advocacy. To that note, Mr. Gore, my next question is about treatment court. I saw that you saw in May 2023 that there were 89 total treatment court graduates and 77 current participants. So I really want to thank you for that. I'm a huge advocate for treatment courts. I know they can be very, very precarious, but I think that we've got to have a place in our system that is an addiction and illness is a disease. And so however we can actually deal with treating that as opposed to just criminalizing it, I'm a fan of it. So I'm happy to see that work happening. And I know that hasn't been happening. That's something you've really focused on. My questions specifically for you are just like, what would be some of your reasons as prosecutor for terminating the treatment court process? I know there can be a lot of reasons, such as a judge not wanting it or, warrant requests or other things, but specifically in terms of your office and your decision making, what have you observed be some of the regular challenges? I'm assuming it'll be non-compliance in some kind of way, but any details that you can share about that process and how you try to, as much as possible, account for, obviously these are folks who are dealing with illnesses and addictions.
Absolutely. And if I could, just on the line items you were asking about on the technology piece, one thing Steve didn't mention, but is something that's an ongoing issue for us, is our computer services. We had someone come in and take a look at them and tell us we're not where we need to be. We currently have 3 people in our computer technology unit. We've been told that if we were properly staffed, supporting an office of 145 people, we'd probably have something closer to 8. We currently have a consultant from Worldwide Technology in our office taking a look at where we are on our computer system and whether or not we can build something sustainable. So that is helpful, but that is also very costly when you bring in those outside consultants.
Can you bring the mic up a little bit too?
Yeah, absolutely. So having someone in from Worldwide Technology as a consultant, helping us out is very helpful, but is very expensive. So I think, you know, the contract we entered into with Worldwide Technology, I think was something like $80,000 to have him on for, 3 months to really dive deep into what our issues are and to get us to a more stable computer system. So we're still trying to figure out how we can get to sustainability in terms of supporting our computer system, which obviously is vital to our office. So that's something that is going to require additional resources, and probably a solution that's going to involve us contracting with an outside consultant on an ongoing basis. But to your question about treatment court, it is a great program. It is not an easy program. We have defendants who opt not to go through treatment court, even though they qualify and would benefit from it because they understand that it's a difficult program. So the issues of non-compliance can be any number of things. It is court-directed, so the commissioners in the treatment court do a great job of working very closely with their staff and the participants to really try to help them do the work that's necessary to get their lives back on track. And when you see the results of it at a graduation, it really is very heartwarming and inspirational. But it's not an easy path, so people fell out of drug court by reoffending, not being able to, beat their addiction and going back to using. So there's any number of factors. I don't have at the tip of my fingers what the success rate is, but it's a challenging program. And sometimes, if the candidate is appropriate, we'll give them, 2 or 3 shots at treatment court.
Okay.
Because sometimes that's what it takes.
Okay. I'm glad that there's at least multiple opportunities, and obviously addiction and relapse and things like that are very complicated. Something that took, before you came into office, this is before you, in 2022, there was a report that we were given as a public safety committee that talked about a number of things, the length that detainees are held within the facility, people being held without cash bail. And at that time, it was stated in that report that it was 88% folks that were being held without cash bail at that time, and also that it was obviously disproportionately impacting minority and lower income folks. I would love if you could just speak to that practice under your tenure. I know you spoke to the diversion program and some other things, but any of your observations or thoughts there?
Yeah, so in the city of St. Louis, largely as a result of a lawsuit that was brought in the settlement that was entered into in that case, our city defenders challenged some of the bail practices in the 22nd Judicial Circuit. And as a result of that, I have to tell you that the use of cash bails in the city of St. Louis is not that frequent. Much more frequently, we are seeing people get, released on their own recognizance where that's appropriate. And otherwise, if someone's a danger to the community and poses a danger to the community because of the offenses that they're charged with, those people are being detained and confined. So I think we're in a good place in terms of we're not seeing people being detained and not being able to be released simply because they can't come up with a cash bail. I feel very comfortable that the vast majority of the people who are detained are being detained because they pose a danger to the community.
So is it fair to say that, like, as opposed to cash bail, you kind of evaluate the case, and if you think the person presents a danger to threat, you just kind of do no, basically?
Right. We ask for no bail in those cases, but otherwise we don't stand in the way of bail, and the court, ultimately the court controls that. And one thing we did focus on, and I think we did some good work in this area, is we noticed that you had, actually the public defenders raised this, and then we worked with pretrial to try to improve on this. But, the circumstances of you have people who are charged with low-level felonies, they're arrested, and how long are they spending in jail? There's someone who, when you look at their profile, they're ultimately going to get a release, but it's just a matter of making sure that conditions are in place that they can be successful on release. And so our diversion unit, working with pretrial, really made a lot of progress on making that process more efficient. So maybe instead of spending 5 nights in jail on a low-level felony, somebody's going to only spend 1 or 2 nights. So that's something that we continue to focus on. You know, in the past, there's been jokes about people saying, you know, let this defendant do some circuit attorney time, meaning the time you're waiting to make bail. And I tell people, well, we don't, you know, I don't want anyone doing circuit attorney time. If someone's poses a danger to the community and our office stands up in court and says this person poses a danger to the community, we don't think they should be released under any circumstances. We want to take that position, but otherwise, if it's somebody who's going to make a bond, we really want them to do that as quickly as possible. The delays on that frequently are, you know, people have to establish that they have a stable residence before they can be released on bond. And that's usually the biggest impediment and usually the delay in getting people released.
And do you have a specific assessment tool that you use when you're assessing, you know, bail, when you're making bail recommendations?
So we have our unit supervisor for our chief of misdemeanors. You know, I sit and talk with her all the time about what we're doing on bails and what we look at. So we have kind of the young attorneys who are doing that understand the criteria we're looking at and when I've gone through and kind of audited them, I've been very comfortable with where we've been in terms of what our recommendations are. And you know, we make recommendations sometimes that the arresting officers don't agree with in terms of agreeing to someone make bail, and obviously sometimes we're seeking the attention of someone who you know the public defenders feel very strongly should get a bail. So I think we're in the right place on that.
Understood. And I don't see a breakdown. How many full-time staff are specifically dedicated to your diversion unit?
So we have 3 caseworkers, we have a director of diversion, and we have a 1 attorney. Traditionally, in the circuit attorney's office, what you've seen in terms of devotion, the resources devoted to treatment court and diversion would be a director of diversion and a support staff person. So we've really built that up quite a bit. I mean, that's typically how it functioned up until the time I got there. Well, for most of the time in a circuit attorney's office, that's how it functions.
Okay, my next question is I want you to know that if you cannot answer them on the record, that is totally okay. And you could say, Alderwoman, let's talk about it offline. You know, obviously I have a ward that is a high immigrant population. We have International Institute. We have the MICA Project. I'm blessed enough to serve the Cherokee Street Improvement District and just, you know, a lot of folks from that communities. And for very obvious reasons, there are a lot of concerns specifically in that community right now. But given that we have a job to be responsible leaders, there are absolutely some things that we say here and some things that are just better left off the record discussed. So I just want to give that important preface. Just a general question kind of in regards to, is there any, when you guys are pressing charges or in the process of figuring out the charges that you're going to recommend for folks, do you guys take into account their immigration status and whether or not certain charges will trigger other authorities?
We do not take that into account. You know, I don't really feel like that's our role. So we treat each case, you know, like we treat everyone equally. We look at cases the same, and we make charging decisions. You know, I can tell you that in the current environment, at least for our office, I haven't seen dramatic changes in terms of the treatment of defendants with who are not citizens. It's kind of been consistent during my 3 years, so I haven't seen anything. You know, I've obviously I'm aware of the environment nationally, and I have not seen the impact of that in our courthouse to date.
And if all the cases are being treated the same, then does that mean it will also be true to say that there's like no special communication or outside the ordinary communication between yourself and any other enforcement agencies?
No, we do not. We don't we handle our cases the same way we handled the cases on day one when I got there. It's the same way we're handling them now. And we don't, communicate with any outside agencies who aren't directly involved in our prosecution matter. And we don't regularly communicate with immigration agencies.
Okay, that's helpful. I'm gonna send an email to a resident because that was a question specifically for somebody. So I'm making a little note. That's very helpful. And then just my last question is around you didn't mention in there any use of force, any use of force cases or information going on, and that is definitely a topic. I do know that you've completed 11 of the 17 reports that have been sent to you by the Force Investigation Unit, and that in the presentation you did mention that 91.2% of the cases are reviewed and are charged within 24 hours. So I understand that that's the standard practice, but I know that sometimes the use of force cases are a little bit different, and specifically there was a case involving a 17-year-old in SLMPD that came up recently. Is that, if you wanted to share anything about generally maybe some of the different processes for force of unit cases, and if you, in regards to the specific situation with Mr. Wilkins, if that investigation is still pending, if it's still in progress, if you've had any conclusions, and if there's any, specifically while we're here, budget requests that would specifically help you to be able to move about these cases as expeditiously as possible.
All right, well, there's a lot there, and we could talk about this for a long time. So let me say this. Obviously, those cases are a lot different than the 91% of cases we review within 24 hours. To start with, on those cases, the initial review and investigation is conducted by St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department. So they do their review, and we don't look at the case until they've completed their investigation and send the matter over to us for review. And the time that takes differs. I know that there have been cases where it's taken over a year for us to get the investigation over from SLMPD. When we get the investigation, it's then, we review them chronologically once we receive them. I can tell you, back when I was first appointed, people would say, "How are you doing on the backlog?" And I would say, "Well, which one are you talking about?" Because everything was a backlog, right? So the FIU cases were a backlog, and we've directed our attention to those as soon as we were able to kind of take care of mission critical in terms of getting the 6,700 unreviewed warrants reviewed and getting the office stood up and getting us to where we're functioning, adequately. We turned our attention to that, and we have been working very diligently on that. I can tell you, by historical standards, our rate of review of those matters is probably faster than has ever been the case in the history of the Circuit Attorney's Office. We're reviewing those matters, and not only are we reviewing them, we're documenting them, and we're communicating our conclusions to the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department, which is not something that has happened historically. So when we conduct those reviews, we're reviewing them for a single thing. We're reviewing them to determine whether a crime has been committed. And we make that review. If we determine a crime has been committed, we issue charges. If we don't determine a crime has been committed, we communicate to St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department that we don't plan to proceed with any criminal charges, and they take it from there. So in terms of any issue other than criminal liability, that's not something that we consider. Like I said, there's a lot of other pieces to this. I've done a fair amount of public interviews about this, and it's something that we could talk about for a long time, but that's kind of high level where things are.
But so it's not a staffing challenge. I think what's most relevant to this committee, and what I'm like the Mr. Wilkins case, like the FIU report was received October 20th. At least from what I could see, it was completed. So I don't know if there's a difference between the time it was completed and the time it was submitted to your office. But that's really what I'm talking about, is
Yeah.
that time length, and is there any staffing challenges that are maybe accountable for that?
I mean, so historically, there hasn't been additional staffing to support those reviews, right? So those reviews are done by the same attorneys. Well, I get my most senior attorneys to review FIU investigations. So, but those are people who have other caseloads and other things, and it is not. I don't have any attorney. There's not a single attorney in my office whose job is to come in every day and sit down and do FIU investigative reviews. We don't have those kind of resources. If I had someone, if I could hire a very senior attorney and they could devote their energies to that, yeah, that would make a difference, but that's not currently the case, nor has it ever been the case in the circuit attorney's office. So I'm not, I'm just trying to get
Stop the hemorrhaging.
yeah, I'm trying to get the city to support the funding that'll get us at the levels where we can have an effective prosecutor's office. So I don't want to come asking for new things, but obviously staffing would help if you had people who, that was a dedicated part of their work. But that's something that, quite frankly, most of those reviews are conducted on the attorney's times on evenings and weekends. I mean, it's additional work to the daily work you have. So that's what we're dealing with in terms of conducting those reviews, which are extremely time intensive. With body cam, the review of those matters takes a long time because you've got to review every minute of body cam.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Gore, and thank you again, Ms. Mosby.
Alderman Devotie.
Mr. Gore, thank you very much. Try to be respectful of time and keep my inquiry short. You made several mentions of plea agreements. In fact, that was part of your discussion. We heard from Commissioner Hayward from the CJC earlier this week, and he ran through some numbers with respect to detainees over at the Justice Center. For background, he mentioned that when he took office this past September, there were 680 roundabout detainees. By the end of 2025, that number was at 726, and as of the time of his presentation to us, we were sitting at about 793. Do you have an explanation, or maybe from your perspective, can you tell us why we are seeing that rise in numbers of detainees at CJC, a little over 100 in about 7 months' time? Can you give us some context from the perspective of your office?
There's nothing I'm thinking of that has changed. It should be, one of the numbers I put up was the days to disposition of a matter from the day it's filed. We are continuing to improve on that number. I would bet today that number is lower than 156. And that number is going to probably continue to go lower as we have less and less of the backlog cases included in that number. So that's our part of it. So I would say that we are disposing of matters faster, which makes it sooner that people are removed from CJC and sent to the Department of Corrections at the state level. So that should be happening more often and more quickly. In terms of seeking to detain individuals, I feel like we are in the right place on that and aren't seeking detention in instances where it's inappropriate. And so, the number, I think part of the evidence that we're in the right place on that is that the number of instances in which the court disagrees with what we're seeking is relatively low. And I think that reflects that the court in our office are seeing eye to eye in terms of who are the dangerous defendants and who aren't. So I can't think of anything offhand that would explain that.
And that's, and I'm not picking on you. I'm simply looking for an explanation, because I did hear you with respect to the speed at which your office is now handling matters compared to 3 years ago, but yet those numbers are rising up. I practice merely on the civil side. So I don't have your knowledge base, but I was wondering if it was a matter of more effective policing, more effective charging, You mentioned, or maybe Steve mentioned the idea of caseloads are unprecedented, at least at this point. Is it a matter of simply we have a tremendous amount of more volume today because the department is working more efficiently? Your office is working more efficiently, and we're moving. It's just a matter of.
We are doing more cases. You know, I think, you know, we looked in the last calendar year, we charged 3,300 felonies. And when we talk about people being detained in CJC, we're talking about felony cases. So I think that number has been pretty consistent. I think we probably got to that level probably by the end of my second year. And I don't think that that is something that has, you know, it may be that I haven't picked up on that yet, and there has been an increase, but I was not aware that our rate of charging had increased. But that's something that I also haven't looked at. I looked at the calendar year number, and that was pretty consistent with the prior year.
Again, there's the notion that caseload is unprecedented. For our residents who might be watching our discussion here today, who are thinking that the population of the city today stands at 285,000. Of course, we were much higher than that in years past. From your seat, do you have an explanation, again, with a significant population decline, the prosecutions are still at unprecedented levels?
Right. So I don't know that I wouldn't. So the reason why our caseloads are so high is because it's unprecedented for the circuit attorney's office to be staffed so much below what is necessary. So we're at 49 attorneys, so that means everybody's taking on more cases. I talked to a former circuit attorney who was in violent crime and told him the number of cases that my violent crime attorneys were carrying, and he was like, that's completely nuts. I couldn't imagine that. So, for instance, he might have said, you know, I'd carry 40 violent crime cases because those are a little more complex. I'm like, well, I've got violent crime attorneys who are carrying 80. That completely boggled his mind. But I'll tell you, a widespread misperception is that that a decrease in the population of the city results in a decrease of the number of people committing crimes in the city, right? You don't have to live in the city to come into a neighborhood and do a drive-by, or come in and do a burglary or a robbery. So it doesn't surprise me that we haven't correlated perfectly with the decline of population in the city. We charge, you know, I haven't looked at this, but if you look at the residents of the people we charge, you're going to find people from St. Charles, you're going to find people from Madison County, you're going to find people from all over.
From St. Louis County.
From St. Louis County, yes.
And your answer actually provided me with the perspective that I was looking for. And that is, you're not generally talking in terms of total numbers or whole numbers. You're talking in the context of how many cases that a given prosecutor is handling at a given time, which is a slightly different way to look at it. So I appreciate that perspective. Sometimes I just have to hear the answer more than, 3 times, right? I appreciate your patience. You and Ms. Mosby were in Southwest Garden within the last week to 10 days. I just want to say, from my perspective, I have heard nothing but very good things about the presentation, about you coming into the community, about you speaking with residents, answering their questions. The comment, and I've heard from at least 3 folks that said that they appreciated the no BS way in which you addressed questions, you provided answers, and it was the way it was. And I think from a perspective, so you know, I think that's exactly the kind of thing that gives residents confidence in the direction that the city is moving, especially from a public safety perspective. So just know, at least from my seat in the 5th Ward, the efforts of everyone in your office are very much appreciated. And I think this neighborhood collection unit, and we've traded emails on this, Ms. Mosby, I think is a wonderful, wonderful thing. And please keep up the efforts. Finally,
Thank you, and we really appreciate the support we've received from the Board of Aldermen on the program.
and finally, if you would just address one thing for me that I often hear about, and that is the perception of juvenile crime from your office. And I know that those aren't necessarily handled over at the Carnahan Courthouse or the Civil Courts Building, rather they're handled down at Vandeventer. But one of the issues that we often hear the perception is, and this would be the kind of thing where we're talking, and you made mention before of property crimes, the car cloutings, the getting into garages and taking things. One of the frustrations is the idea that arrests are made, juveniles are identified, an arrest is made, and then in a very short turn, they are back on streets. While you have this public forum, can you address the role that your office has in pursuing a juvenile case and how it's different than a case involving an adult?
So the answer to that is that my office really plays no role in the adjudication of juvenile cases unless and until that juvenile is certified as an adult. And once a juvenile is certified as an adult, they come over to the circuit court and we prosecute them as if they're an adult because they've been certified as an adult, and their case is handled just like any others. And that's really the extent of our involvement in the juvenile system. We do at times have conversations with the juvenile officers about a case that they might be considering seeking certification on, and they might want to know where our office stands on that particular case, or do we think it's a case that we would be able to prosecute. So those kind of discussions we have, I feel like we have a good relationship with the juvenile officers who handle those certification cases. That office is headed by someone who's a former circuit attorney, so he has a very good understanding of our office and how we operate. And then the only other thing I would say, this came up at I was at a Save Lives Now presentation last week, and the speaker, Thomas App, who's like a nationally recognized criminal justice expert, he made the point that everywhere he goes, people believe that juveniles are driving crime in their area, and juvenile crime is definitely a problem we have in St. Louis, and definitely something that we need to address better. But it's also important, as he points out, whenever you look at the statistics, it is I think he pointed to the 25 to 30-year-old age group that is really driving the violent crime in our area and most areas. The juvenile cases are usually high profile and get a lot of notoriety, but they're definitely a problem area, but in addressing it, you can't blow it out of proportion to what it actually is.
Thank you for the information.
Thank you, Circuit Attorney. I want to thank you and your staff for being here, from Mr. Capizzi to Ms. Mosby, and Ms. Rechler for being here and presenting the budget. I know in the last 2 years, this budget committee has supported the department in moving some funds around to help you all with getting more attorneys. Excuse me, sounds like you guys aren't far from reaching kind of that 60 attorneys that you would like to see. So, very proud to see the turn of affairs with this office and the way that it's working. So, no questions from my end. The other two tend to have good questions, and I think ask them all, especially as we have an attorney here on our side. So, thank you all, and thank you for your leadership, and thank you for what y'all doing for the city of St.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All righty. Well, we're just going to keep it moving so we can knock out this last one. Next, we have NIS that is here, Neighborhood Stabilization. If you guys want to come on up, and we will pull up the presentation. This will be the last one for the day. From the Budget Committee. Instead of taking a break, we'll get through this one so we can get done earlier. We have our acting director, Ms. Karen here. Ms. Karen, whenever you're ready, please proceed.
Good afternoon.
And could you pull the mic down and talk into it?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Alderman Devotie, Alderwoman Saunier, and Alderman Aldridge. Thank you for this opportunity to come before you to present our budget for the Neighborhood Stabilization Division for the fiscal year 2027. If you want to go to the next slide. As
You introduce yourself once again to the public. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Erin Clifford. I am the Neighborhood Stabilization Division's acting director. So for those who are not familiar, I know all of you are, but for the public, the mission of the Neighborhood Stabilization Division is to work with citizens and city government to improve and sustain a quality environment in city neighborhoods through community engagement, problem solving, addressing public safety needs, and delivery of city services. It aims to address behavioral nuisances, tackling quality of life concerns, and fostering collaborative initiatives aimed at educating and neighborhood stabilization throughout the city. The Neighborhood Stabilization Team is divided into two groups. We have the Citizen Service Bureau, also known as 311, and also the Neighborhood Improvement Specialist, or Neighborhood Stabilization Team. So the Citizen Service Bureau, we just launched the 311 officially on March 11th, 311. Apropos date, but they effectively and efficiently submit and route the city service requests that come in through the web, through IVA, through calls, through emails, and through Twitter, or X at this time. And they answer questions from phone calls, visitors, and also from business owners for information that they may have. It may not always result into a service request. We also provide information on the city services and direct them to the appropriate divisions or departments that may be able to help them, especially if they're outside of the city. We also provide city departments with city work statistics and also copies of service requests when needed, and also processes the city ID badges. It's a great way for us to meet the new employees and welcome them into the city family as an employee. The Neighborhood Stabilization Division, we work directly with the residents and city departments to improve and sustain quality city neighborhoods through problem solving, addressing public safety needs, a delivery of city services, and educating residents about city services and the operations and how a service request is actually delivered and addressed and then closed. We got some great photos of our groups there. So can we go to the next slide? And so some of the accomplishments over this past year, we did launch officially the 311 system. It did become effective and was used starting in June of 2025. It was very integral with the tornado recovery efforts for people to reach the Citizen Service Bureau with a quick number and a easier way of reaching them. The city departments, I cannot say enough about this department with how they stepped up and how they have worked. Everyone from the day one, within less than 1 hour, the NISs were out in the fields where the tornado had touched down, already documenting, taking photos that were very useful and utilized by the assessor's office in assessing the damages to the properties and getting that to FEMA. And also at that time, the Citizen Service Bureau, they all stayed so that there was a live person answering phone calls throughout the evening and all that weekend so that residents had someone that they could talk to directly and not just put it on a service request. They really, I cannot say and emphasize how they stepped up. We cross-collaborated with Streets Department, with the Health Division, with the Building Department. We were asked to accompany FEMA in their addressing residents, doing the surveying, and guiding them through, maps and, knowing the city and getting them to where they needed to be to assess the damages and talk to the residents. They have also staffed the DRC. Even till right now, there are people there. That is still going on. Another thing that, that was very instrumental and new, starting in November was the first time, but we were called upon to do the quality assurance and quality control for streets when the first snowstorm hit, evaluating the city. We had NISs that were out there at 2 a.m. driving the streets before any of the public were getting in there, so we could notify the streets department what still needed to be cleared so that the city could have the main streets operating for residents and also for emergency vehicles. They have also supported the sites with the Health and Human Services for the Code Blue, staffing points where those that were in need for a shelter for an evening, they would gather there. They would contact the Human Services contact person to let them know that we had people at a certain location, and we also had people riding the buses so that they could help get these people to their destinations. And also, one of the new programs that has been assigned to us through Board Bills 44 and 45 is the Registered Neighborhood Organizations, that's the RNOs. Those will be launched in later on in the fall. And also, and then the the NST will be administering that program going forward. Also on a more fun side, October is our National Night Out. We registered over 120 neighborhood associations and groups to hold parties. And again, it was a highly successful party. And we did, we also collaborated with the Missouri History Museum. So we're also reaching out to other organizations now to help grow this and get the word out. They do have a lot of followers. So that was a good way for us to reach out to more neighborhood associations and residents that weren't aware of what was going on. The 311 or the Citizen Service Bureau, they took over 120,000 service requests last year. The NISs attended over 800 NAMs, ward, and town hall meetings. We acquired our first vehicle, Alderwoman Sonia. It didn't cost us anything. So that and we are in the works of another department providing us a pickup truck. And then we do have the availability right now to check out SUVs when we need them. So I know that was something that we spoke about very, very strongly last year, but due to circumstances with the budgeting and the NSD division would really like for you to consider raises for them. And we've got the vehicles right now under control. We're happy right now with the setup that we have, but we really, I'm going to lose a lot of good, qualified, overqualified people in these positions, and they deserve so much more than what they're. I know it's throughout the whole city, but we were not impacted by the study because the company said that they could not find comparable positions. I, fortunately, with research and also help of a daughter who has a PhD in economics and does this for a living, we're able to find very comparable positions, and we are well underpaid. Most of these are cities that are Minneapolis, Atlanta, Denver, Colorado Springs, Seattle, Cleveland, Ohio, very comparable. And some of the job descriptions that I was able to obtain weren't even half of the things that we did, and they were in the 60,000 group range. So, but going back to what we do, you know, we got our first vehicle, and we also developed a presentation to go out when we go to the NAMs or to town halls. And we have been asked by several organizations already, and also the neighborhood meetings. We present how City works, and what an NIS does, what the CSB do. Some people do think that, you know, CSB goes out and actually fills the potholes. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, we do not do that, but we make sure we get it to the right departments. And then also how a service request is determined to be closed. So those are things that we have been trying to educate the residents on. And again, we have participated in over 22 neighborhood cleanups and blitzes. Many of us are already participating in this weekend with the 1-year anniversary of May 16th. So we do have a full agenda going on with what we have done, and we want to do so much more. And I have been participating in the Bloomberg Harvard City Leadership group, and it has been a very rewarding and eye-opening of what we can, what our potentials are. And we are going to go from a reactive department to a proactive. We're going to get out there and make sure that we have the answers for the residents before they even start asking for them, and crossing over with the other city departments. I think one of the key things with the city, with our department, is we are one department that really crosses over and works with the other city departments. And we have been called upon many times to help them in certain situations, and we've been happy to do that. So I would like to see that continue and also grow even more so that we can be even more effective throughout the city, and most importantly, for our residents. You know, we talked about a little bit about the salary. Obviously, all of the staff in NSD, we do this job because we care. We care about living in the city. We care about the residents who live in the city. This is our city too. So we want to make sure that the residents know we are here for them because we understand. We understand what they're saying, what their frustrations are, and how can we help them get past these frustrations. So I guess the next thing would be, and I'll come back to the if you want to go back to the next slide, thank you. So we asked for a total of $3,393,018, and we were the proposal stands at $3,278.32, which results in a little bit over, and I had the difference, but located it. A little bit about 120,000 difference. So a lot of those changes came in due to in salaries. There were some cutbacks in our reductions in what we were asking for, but there were a couple of things that I did want to point out that were not on there that have just come up, and I did submit a proposal for it, but the main thing right now is we found out just about maybe 3 weeks ago that the company that produced and has the warranty on the City ID employee machine is no longer going to, in late fall, no longer service that contract. The contract is completely going away, and there will not be anybody to perform the services if there's any breakdowns in it. So we did receive a quote for a new city employee ID machine, and that came out to like $11,397, plus then the maintenance and supplies would bring it to, we asked for $12,000 on that. That is something that comes out of our budget, but it does service the entire city of St. Louis with for employee IDs. So that is something that I really would like to see put back in there. Also, something that you probably have always heard, and something that we would like to address effectively is to upgrade our 5.9 system. I'm sure you've heard residents say, you know, it hangs up on me, or it doesn't understand what I'm saying. We have a very large immigrant population. We would like to be able for it to understand other languages when people call in. And also, one thing too, through the Harvard Bloomberg, we want to reach out to make sure that we are hearing from everybody. So we wanted to put together a survey after a call is completed to find out like the demographics. We want to find out the missing voices in the city. Is it because they just don't want to call, or they can't call because they don't have a phone, or they don't have internet to do something on the web? those are things that we want to find out to really try to tackle and be able to be the best serviceable organization in the city to help the residents. So those are a couple of things there. But as I said, the main things, I went through this with the person who handles the budget, and we went through where there were some cutbacks. There were not really any major cutbacks, maybe a couple thousand here. We can do a little bit of moving later on if we run short. We did try to make sure that we included any increases in contracted services, and also the one thing that I am very happy with is the education component. They did give me an increase there because I do feel, we not only do we need to compensate, but we also need to invest in our employees. And I have been encouraging, all of the NISs, CSRs to please take classes, go outside of the city. Several have now graduated from the Focus St. Louis Women in Leadership program. There's also an emerging leadership program, and also the main Focus Leadership. All of the staff in NSD are leaders. They truly are, and they take pride in that. And I want to grow them. And if they move on, if they stay in the city, which I've had a couple of people leave, but they stayed with the city, so I've done my job. I've helped them grow to advance, but they stayed with the city, and I think that that's the most important. Another important key too is that we retain good employees within the city, not just let them go off to somewhere else, and utilize those skills where the city so desperately needs them. So I think I'm going to get off my soapbox here and let you go ahead and ask me any questions, and then I can wrap up as far as some of the things that we would like to accomplish in the upcoming fiscal year.
Well, before we go into questions, because usually we end with questions, if you want to wrap up, I guess.
Okay,
some-
sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we could go to the next slide, I think I pretty much touched on those budgets. And as I said before, we want to transition from a reactive to proactive. We want to be able to answer residents' questions about the status of a city's service request before they even call us, or follow up with the city department as to why it's past the completion date, but it's still not completed. So those are things that we want to do. Enhance the 311 customer service experience that I touched on too, about improving the ability for the system to actually interpret and handle the calls, not be dropping them, not being able to understand what the resident is trying to relay. And also definitely doing the surveying, and also adding on the feature of additional foreign languages recognition to it. Strengthen quality assurance support across city departments. We are already doing that. I'd like to see even a stronger and for that area of our job duties to increase, so that with that, if we know what's going on and checking on the quality of the job of the jobs being done, or the service requests being fulfilled, then we are only being able to advance and go further into our job, into helping the residents even more. So in more complicated and problem-solving type issues, such as nuisance properties. I owe you, Alderman Devotee, a summary. I have read the new bill that you have proposed, and we are definitely will be participating in that. And I did respond to Alderwoman Boyd today to be able to be involved in that, in the starting grounds for all of that. Once that bill is passed, we are more than happy to do that. So thank you for your inclusion, recognizing our ability to handle such a task, and helping the city there. If we could go to the next slide, and expose data-driven decision-making. We have such a great system in CityWorks. It may not always get the service requests done, but we can utilize those statistics to better approach analyzing, and also resolving service requests is something actually really needed. One great example of how that came into play was in January when the snowstorm hit. The quality assurance team were out doing all of the surveying for the main arteries and on the bridges and the overpasses. And looking at the service requests that were coming in, they were starting to build up, but we were able to start pinpointing where those service requests were coming in. And that helped us then get the NISs out there to survey that area to see where the needs were. Had it already been snow plowed? Did it need salting? And from one day of having about 300 to 400 service requests, by servicing and looking at the data that was being provided to us, we were able to shift our focus then to these side streets. It was never done before. Side streets were not done. So when we were able to do that and get to some of the side streets, it really made a difference. Now, not all service requests or not all side streets were not able to be plowed or salted or brined, but a lot of them were, and it was a start. And I did see on social media that, some of the people that their streets didn't, but they said this is the first time we have ever seen the side streets being plowed. So they said it's a start, and they greatly appreciated the city taking those steps. The next thing that we would like to do is increase accessibility and responsiveness to residents. This is our job, is to, the residents are our bosses. They are the ones that we take the lead from and work most for. We work with the alder people. We also work with the other city departments, but ultimately we answer to the residents. So I think that most importantly, we need to make sure that our responses are timely and as detailed that we can provide to the residents. Continued growth of the National Night Out program. Ever since COVID was over, that was one of the things to rebuild, to get the from people being inside of their homes, to get them back out again, to interact with their neighbors, to get to know their neighbors again, or to introduce themselves to their new neighbors, and to see what a great and vibrant neighborhood that they live in. It has been a huge success, and I would continue like to seeing that growing. And we've got a great person in charge of that. That is Yolanda Bowden. She is awesome. So she just takes that by the horns, and she just goes to town, and we all contribute and help her. We support her in that. But I want to give her credit for the success of the National Night Out program. I guess the next slide, I think there might be, okay. Next one, please. Okay, last two that you have to hear from me. Increased participation in community events and outreach. Again, we are constantly going out to cleanups. We have over 11 scheduled for this weekend. Also, the city has the All Hands on Deck program. So that is something that it's good for us to interact with the residents. But not only is it for us to help with the cleanup, but get the residents to understand that they own their neighborhood. Once that we have it cleaned up, they should then take ownership for it and take care of it. We are here to support them in whatever their needs are, but we need to make sure that they have the pride and the resources available to maintain their neighborhoods as well. And a lot of them do. A lot of people want to take care of their neighborhoods. I see so many people getting out and cleaning up after the trash that is the litter around the dumpsters, or how to moving some of the bulk that's blocking somebody. So they do take a lot of pride in it, reporting those potholes all the time. So they're out there. So we just want to make sure that their participation in the city and the care of it continues as well. Again, the RNO is not on here, but that is, again, the registered neighborhood organizations. And I want to thank 3 neighborhood improvement specialists who have taken the lead on that. They would be NIS Kate Eckelkamp, Max McGee, and Marnay Coleman. They have really led this group into getting all of the documents, the forms, the contacts throughout the city to get people on board. And it looks like it's going to be a huge success when they launch it in late fall. And so the support operational improvements, the budget requests are designed to, we really want to become more technological, advanced in our IVA web system. So we really, in order to have a successful 311 program, we need to invest in it. Speaking with with Walker, he suggested that the minimum amount would be like 45,000. Is that a lot of money to hear at first? Yes. But the long run and the investment that we make in the city and also for the residents is nothing. When we were at Boston for a week, the 311 system is, I was shocked. People from Sofia, Bulgaria, their questions and their concerns that they were driving was with their 311 program too. So it's amazing we can be all across the world. Here I only thought, oh, is this only St. Louis's problem? But it's not. And I really do want to maybe try to really develop a good 311 program. I also have the Citizen Service Bureau supervisor here, and this is Tiffany Turner. She is a whiz with the 5.9 and getting on when we do have the problems. I would like to be able to alleviate her from having to call 5.9 or AT&T when we have issues and be able to really service the residents because our system is so advanced that we are able to address residents in other ways. So thank you very much for your time and for hearing this out.
Alderwoman Tanya.
Thank you, Chairman. Like the rest of my colleagues, I'm a huge fan of the Neighborhood Improvement Specialist. I am so grateful for you all's service. I think you all are one of the most important components of, the city's government and are really the frontline folks who are responsible for creating a lot of how residents will measure the city's ability to actually meet their needs and our ability to communicate with them in proactiveness. I feel that I have the best neighborhood improvement specialist in the 7th Ward. They may be biased, and I will own that. And I was really grateful to have the opportunity to nominate and then present the award to Barb Potts for the Community Builders Network Public Sector Award. But I'm very grateful for your department's work and service and your responsiveness and all of their responsiveness, Ms. Harris, Ms. Potts, Ms. Eckelkamp. I've just been able to work with many and been really, I think it's particularly when I was a new alder, now I have a little bit more of a better idea of teeny weeny.
No, you have a lot.
But they've just been so helpful and very community engaged, and I'm really grateful. I don't have many questions for you today. I'm happy to hear that update on the car. I do still feel that, you all have to drive around and do so much for your jobs that I think that a car, ideally would not be an expense that the neighborhood improvement specialist will come out, but I'm glad that we've been able to work out something, and I totally understand, especially in this economy when chicken wings are $2 a pack, why the preference would be raises for staff. And I'm deeply disappointed to hear that we were not able to get any data in regards to the neighborhood improvement specialists in the pay study, and I'll certainly be having some conversations with the administration on what we might be able to do so that when others are considered, you all are considered as well. In regards to your specific budget, I wanted to ask you for what your findings and the research you had, what did you find in terms of comparable salaries for NISs in other cities compared to what the city has, since that information is not in our pay study information?
So right now, as far as with the pay studies, there are Chicago, I'm going to kind of, not that I am not I like Chicago, I have a daughter there, but their cost of living is much higher than the city of St. Louis. But they have a lot of these job positions are called code enforcement officers, because what they're doing is going out and making sure that their residents are abiding like we do with the codes of the city, the different ordinances about building codes, forestry, if their lawns are overgrown. So, but they do have, like 59,000 to 89,000. Minneapolis has something that's called the Code Compliance Specialist. That ranges from 65 to 79. And then in the city of Minneapolis, they have the community engagement manager, and that averages between 86 to 111. Denver, a little bit more. I mean, as far as code enforcement officer, their average is 61,700 to 62,000. And then Atlanta, Georgia has this code enforcement officer again, and their average is 70,128, but the typical range is between 61 to 91,000. Colorado Springs is 54,450 to 65,000. And I have all of this, and I'm more than happy to forward this to you if you'd like to review that.
Yeah,
along
maybe you
with
can
the
just share
job
it with the
description.
chairman, and then he
Okay, and I
can.
can share with you, and then you can share that with anyone else that you'd like to.
Yes, Ms.
But the other one, the lowest one was Cleveland, Ohio, and they had an average of 47 to 56,000. Ideally, I would like to add, I would like to put the seed in to ask for that the NIS, the Neighborhood Improvement Specialists, be compensated at the same rate, very comparable, close to what the legislative assistants are paid. That would be my request at this point. I think that our position renders such a consideration. I do understand, you know, the legislative assistants are very valuable as well. I've had a few NISs apply for those positions, so not that I don't want to lose them, but I think the alder people who would have a great legislative assistant and a very experienced NIS would, I mean, almost have the dream team right there. So to service and help the residents in their neighborhoods.
Thank you. My next question may be my misunderstanding. So I just want to clarify. It looks to me like in the FY20 budget for neighborhood development executive, there was a budget for $90,272. But in FY27, it looks like you requested $66,794. So I wanted to understand what this difference is. Is there a grant or something I can't see here? Or what's the reason for the decrease?
No. So that position is still open. I am not paid at that position. I'm still as a supervisor, and that's my choosing. But the starting salary for the neighborhood executive position is in the 60,000, which I do not.
The salary range I see on the website is 68,000 to 107,000. But that's my fear that what's in the budget is different.
Even lower than that. And it's my understanding that we're trying to get that increased at least to back to the 90s, into the 90s, in order to get a very qualified, a very productive, and hopefully an executive that will stay in this position for a few years. My personal experience, I started in February of 2020. And I am the third executive. I'm just acting director, but I am the third one in 6 years. I think for the stability and the be able to grow, I think I would like to see somebody be able to stay or want to stay in this position.
Was that amount requested in error?
Yes, I will take it. I will accept ownership on that.
Okay.
And also was informed, and I was told by Colonel Johnson that I could say that they are going to be restructuring this department, and it's no longer going to be an executive director position. It will become a commissioner. It will become a commissioner department. So hopefully at that point we can make that correction.
So you kind of already started having the conversations you need to have to amend it, or is that something that the committee should keep in mind?
I would like, if you could, please keep that in mind, but I was just informed about this change late last week, so I want to find out more on my own how this change from the director position to a commissioner, is that going to be something that's already taken care of, you know, when it becomes a commissioner position, or is that something that we need to take care of right now? Because the position is posted still out in HR as an executive director position.
Understood. In FY23, The budget request for neighborhood improvement specialist, it was asked for 28, and I think this was a little bit before your tenure, but that's okay. I'm walking us down the timeline. And then in FY '24, it dropped down to 24, and then it's staying at 24 this year, and then it looks like this year you requested 23. So do you feel that 23 is enough to have a fully staffed neighborhood improvement specialist team that is not burnt out and is able to do their work sustainably?
Ideally, no. I mean, if analyzing the group and the needs of the neighborhoods, there are some neighborhoods that probably should only have one NIS assigned to it because of all of the demands, how busy it is, the nuisance properties, the problem properties in there. Ideally, it would be, when it was 28, that was because of the number of, we were assigned by wards at that time, so every ward had an NIS. And then with the reduction, it went to, because of ward boundaries changing, are being revamped, the boundaries of the neighborhoods do not. So then we started assigning the NISs by neighborhoods. As we go along, we do find that it is something that some demands of neighborhoods are much greater than others. And it can be time consuming for one NIS to try to devote their time and attention fairly and equally to all of their neighborhoods because of the demands of one or another or two. So one thing that we do try is when we are assigning neighborhoods, we do look at the statistics about the needs of the problem properties, the number of service requests that are coming in, the population of that neighborhood. So we do take that into consideration. We do have 3 current openings right now for neighborhood improvement specialists, and I do think we do have one extra that is kind of kept because of we had to keep 2 positions open due to NISs that had come over to the mayor's office. One did come back to our department. The other actually went on to become a legislative assistant. So technically, we have that position open. So we really have 4 positions available.
So you do feel that 23 is enough?
Honestly, no. I will not. At this point, that is where we're going to be and see how it goes. But ideally, it would be nice to have a total of 28 again.
Mhm.
At least 28.
I think that's
to be
good for us
fair
to-
to the neighborhoods and to the older people and to the residents.
I think that's good for us to know. My last question is about the pay study. So I want to see if my interpretation is correct, because my interpretation is correct. But when I looked at the pay study, it basically lowered the maximum salary for a neighborhood improvement specialist now. So like the range that we have now for a neighborhood improvement specialist, and you know, I'm such an advocate for you all's department that
Yes.
I kind of like to look back. And so the pay study actually recommends the maximum that they have is lower, lowers our range. And so I wanted to ask you about, you know, my concern would be how that would impact employee morale, how that would impact the ability for folks to feel incentivized, because essentially, if that were adopted, you would have folks that have been in service and working for quite some time that would already be at their cap, or some would actually might be being paid right now above the cap that is identified in that pay study. And so I just wanted to ask you about that on the record.
No, it already, I mean, the NSD staff, they do this job because they love what they're doing. They care. But they also have bills to pay. They have families to raise. They would like to go back to school maybe or pay tuition. They want to, you know, have a good quality life too. And it has been very difficult with keeping them motivated, keeping the morale going. There's only so many donuts. There's only so many bagels. There's only so many lunches that we can do. It still doesn't, you know, help, you know, it's not being greedy. It's being recognized for the value that you are providing to the city of St. Louis and always being available to help other departments basically when they're short-staffed. You know, we spent over 1,000 hours, about 1,500 hours just after normal business hours during the tornado from May until October was the cutoff. I had to do a prepare. And you know, when you're doing 18 hours a day, it can get very tiring. But they kept going. I just can't emphasize, I am, they are the leaders of that department. I'm just here to kind of take the emails and try to get people organized. But, I really, they need to be compensated for the value that they are providing. And it is far much greater than what they're being compensated for right now. We are all very grateful for our jobs. That is a given. We love what we do. But to be able to be helped, in the compensation part would not only raise the morale, but the value that you're adding to this position and recognizing, that services to residents are very well needed. You're also paying back the residents because what we are able, we're not cutting short of what we provide, but I just think we'll be able to hire more quality candidates and also retain the ones that have been working there for 2-3 years to have that experience and not have to train another new person because, and yes, we hear from the older people, I love, don't you dare move this person or can't we keep this person, that, it's a stake through my heart. I would love to keep them all. I care about them all. And I know they care about their jobs and what they do. Otherwise, they would have been out that door a long time ago. I mean, but they stick it out. They have their comings, their ups and downs, but they know that, what they are, they're NISs, and they're here to serve the city and the residents.
Thank you so much. I've
Thank
witnessed
you.
that service. I just wanted to make sure I stated on the record to my colleagues that the maximum pay ceiling is lower than the current pay for NISs in the pay study. I think that's just really important for us to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alderman Devoti.
Thank you, Director Clifford, for the presentation today. It's very much appreciated. Just to make sure, and I just heard the Alderwoman's comment. I want to make sure we're all on the same page here. You would agree that the new pay bill actually puts the maximum pay for an NIS at a lower amount than what NISs are currently paid, correct?
Correct, yes. And the starting too, yes.
So not only was there not a good comparable in the compensation study, but NISs now have a regressive pay based upon the maximum retention amount. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
I don't have anything else. I would like to say, just give a shout out to the two folks that I work with. There is no doubt in my mind that Justin Roloff and Shanika Jackson are rock stars. They make, I think, living in the Fifth Ward much easier than it otherwise would. They are extremely responsive. They are both hard workers. And they are constantly and consistently educating me about how city services are provided. So know that. And again, thank you for coming here today.
Thank you, Alderman Devoti. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the things you brought up was the wanting 12,000 more in city employee badges. Where would that account? Where was you looking to put that?
Well, we had it would come under the contractual and other services, but it also maybe because it's over a certain dollar amount, I think would that be something I did submit it, and maybe it should come out of E&O?
Yeah, because when I'm looking at your line item, I see salaries was changed a little bit. It looks like in materials and supplies, computer services, you asked for 10, you got 8.
Yeah.
So I'm just figuring out where did you all ask that?
The issue arose after we submitted the final budget for review, and then there was a page that we had to submit for any changes. One change was updated. It was the salary for payroll specialists, but our computer software licenses, the increase was still denied, and the total for communication services, that was also the increase there was denied by 8,000. But the the professionals, it would come under professional services, for the new employee ID badge machine. That's where it would come under. But I do believe, though, because we did not find this out till really about 3 weeks ago, the submission may have not been able to make it into the system.
Got you. And so I think we're on this conversation. What's the maximum that a NIS officer start at?
The maximum that they make or the minimum that they start at?
Maximum.
Maximum, it's at, I think about 63, 64 is the total.
And what would the pay study bring the maximum down to?
The maximum would bring, or the new pay study would bring them down at about 5 to 8% below that.
Outside of the 3% raise that they would get?
Yeah. And the $1,000. I mean, we are very grateful. I mean, we are not, we love our jobs.
Well,
but we are
to bag it up, how many NIS are currently making the maximum pay?
Maybe 3.
Out of 23?
Yes. And that is basically because they are very, without naming name, but they have been with the department for a very long time.
Mhm.
Very long time.
And then the other, because it was interesting what the alderwoman from the 7 brought up of how the pay study would bring down the maximum. Curious of like the thought of that. You said would bring it down to about roughly 50, from 63 you said to about how much?
Probably about 58 to 60 would be the maximum. That would be when they have maxed out at that.
At that pay grade,
Right.
and then they would have to go and
They're
supervise.
starting in the mid 40s right now.
So how, if the maximum would be 58, how many of those employees are currently making the maximum of 58?
Maybe 1.
Most of them are still even below the
Below that.
maximum.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir,
Okay.
they are. And some that have been here for a long time. I mean, not as long as some of the others, but over 10 years.
And then the ones, I'm assuming that's over the maximum, their pay grade with the new pay study wouldn't.
Would not be affected. No.
So the 3 that's making over the maximum would still make that
Correct.
60.
Yeah, I do not believe that, that they can even go below. I mean, because of this pay study, I don't think that, I would hope not.
Yeah, I don't think that could happen.
Legal even to reduce their salaries that they already currently are making. So I agree with what you're saying, though, that, yeah, some of, the new hires would be coming in even lower. And that was another reason why, with the vehicles, they kind of, they do run into a lot of need for the $297 every month for for the car allowance, but they also include that as part of their salary too, which gives them the boost.
So what is the current range? Looks like the alderman brought 71. I thought you just said the maximum 60.
What I could see for their current ranges is 45.
45 to 70?
Yeah,
Mm.
$45,604 for starting, and then the maximum is $71,002.
Okay, I apologize. I was not aware that it was that high because I know one that had met that range and maxed
Well, maybe
out.
those are questions. I just, when we say stuff, I want to make sure we're accurate. So maybe that's.
No, but I feel bad. I do not want to give you incorrect information.
No, you totally fine. It was just brought up, so I wanted to know if the pay study is, if the maximum 68, if the pay study would have brought it down, where we currently with how many people we're paying at the maximum. I think there's a question of what the maximum is. We can figure that out through the budget division or personnel. But if the pay study were to go into effect, how many people are currently at the maximum and out of the, and we never want to bring it down. We always want to give people the opportunity to grow, but it sounds like out of 23 of the maximum, if 63 or 71, out of that 23, only 3 are at that maximum. And then if it were to come down, I think what you said, to about 50 something, only 1 person would be at the new maximum.
Right.
And then so that still leaves 19 folks that are way below the new maximum if the pay study, or if the new pay study goes in. There's still 19 people that currently aren't even at that level, correct?
And those are Yeah, that would be correct, and they are below at this point. And the majority of the people that are below that 58,000 range are really, I mean, not to discredit anyone, but they all work extremely hard. But those are people that we really need to retain in the city as employees. They have proven themselves over and over in what they do and how they service the residents, and always available and making themselves to help with the other departments at a drop of a hat.
Gotcha. And then I think I was getting a little confused with the and what was going on with the inquiry with the Alderwoman. So in FY26 budget, the development executive was budgeted for 90,000.
Correct.
It looked like that position was never filled.
Correct.
So even though it still was budgeted, the funds was never utilized because the position was never filled, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then in FY27, it looks like it went from 90 to 66, and currently in 27,
It's probably going to be about the same as 60, at the 66 range.
it's at 66 now, but there was, I guess, questions, how did it go from 90 to 60?
I believe how that was based on was the previous salary of the former director that had this position. And
So
then,
over time, how long was the previous director?
November of 2024.
How long were they in that role?
They were in from July of 2022 through November, so 2 years and a couple, about 4 months.
So that number was probably what they ended at.
Yes, that is
Not
that-
necessarily, so that would
not
make
what they
sense.
started.
Got you. Just like, so they probably got raises or promotions, so that's why that number
Has increased.
had increased.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
that makes more sense.
Mhm.
Okay. No questions. Thank you. Thank you for being here, Ms. Karen. You're always amazing. You and your staff, the NIS officers are definitely kind of the engine, one of the engine pieces of the car, the city of St. Louis, that help move it, out on a regular basis, always in the community. If it's checking on CSB claims or at different neighborhood meetings, they're always out there. I appreciate the ones that I have, and I thank you for being here today.
Thank you very much, Alderman. We appreciate you so much too, Aldridge, and we thank you so very, very much. I'm a nervous wreck up here, but I am here to, it's not about me, it's about that team. The NISs, the CSRs, they really, I see them every day working so hard, and I cannot be more thankful for being able to be given the opportunity to work with them. They are all, as I said before, they are all leaders. I just am very, very grateful for that opportunity. I'm at the end of my career, and I could not have it end on a much better note than to work with all of these people and all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. That will conclude our day. Madam Clerk, do we have any written testimony?
We have none.
Any announcements? Seeing none, I'm like to also excuse the Alderwoman from the 6th and the Alderman from the 9th for necessary absence. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Moved by the 7th, second by the 5th. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.